Chaudhary to give the opening remarks.
Hi, thank you so much for coming this morning. And this is the 10th anniversary of this symposium that goes by the name of literary activism, the rubric literary activism. But it's also the 10th anniversary of what is a project that encompasses, I can hear, is that my voice? So I have the benefit of listening to my own words. Uh, can we? I listen to them later, but now I just want to talk. So it's the name of a project that, if you look at it strictly according to the calendar, it's more than 10 years. We started in December 2014. That was when the first symposium happened in Calcutta. But this is the 10th of the symposium, so it's a good occasion to celebrate, not 10 years maybe, but the 10th anniversary of the symposiums, and therefore a kind of important and surprising moment in this project, in the sense that we are um, surprised that it's lasted so long. As I was saying, it encompasses now other things like a website called literaryactivism.com, to which you couldn't visit this website, and you will find papers from some of the symposia kind of uploaded there as essays. And there's also a section called magazine, which has contributors from various parts of the world. That too is a kind of experiment in making a certain kind of conversation possible. And also, since our contributors come from everywhere, um, it doesn't mean that it's an international journal or web journal. All it means, what it also means is that we would like to locate the international outside of Europe and New York and London, uh, in a way that was possible for it to be located before globalization, especially, even in small towns. Um, so um, one is tired of being in a situation where, you know, uh, the sort of the imprimatur of cosmopolitanism, which is anyway now a dead word, or the international, must come for us in Anglophone India. I'm not talking about Indians who write in Indian languages, from New York or London. We would like people in New York to feel more international when they publish here. And I don't say this as some sort of, we've been discussing this of late through a story by the Bengali humorist Parashuram called Ulot Puran. I'm not, so the Puran, the scriptures read backwards. So I'm not talking about a reverse colonialism or the empire writing back. I'm not talking about the histories of empire. I'm talking about the history of internationalism, cosmopolitanism, and modernism and modernity. So it would be nice for that kind of internationalism, which I know some New Yorkers seek by coming to Calcutta or subscribing, say, to my workshop. I had a participant in the last creative writing workshop I taught, who lives in New York, is doing a PhD at the New School and writes for N+1. And he said, I'm tired of the provincialism of New York. Uh, so, um, so this is to kind of address that provincialism which exists in New York, in London, and in our own mindset. That's partly how the project began, and now has a publishing imprint, so that we don't need to depend on other publishers to say, like OUP brought out this anthology of the first papers from the literary activism series. But by now we have Westland Books in collaboration with Ashoka University. And those are the books, including digital copies of two books which will come out early next month, a reissue of Sunetra Gupta's Memories of Rain, and the essays or papers from the fifth symposium called On Failing. So those are part of the display over there. They're not for sale, unfortunately, because not allowed to sell books at IIC, I think. But they are available for you to look at. So that's part of what's happening. An imprint, again, to address a slightly off-kilter, anomalous, angular, and maybe unpopular agenda of this project. Unpopular among various circles. We want to pursue that unpopularity. It's no longer fashionable to pursue unpopularity as it once used to be. But we'll try and reestablish that kind of, see if that's possible again. Okay. A few acknowledgements to be made and a few more words to be added before we move on to our first speaker. But I'm just taking a tiny bit. I anyway ramble and hesitate, so I always take more time than I intend to. But acknowledgements. John Cook right here from University of East Anglia. He was the person I would say is responsible for the, my joining the creative writing department at the University of East Anglia. They have him to blame for that. And then he had this idea that we start a creative writing workshop in India to make UEA more of a presence in India, UEA, the University of East Anglia. And it did need to be become more of a presence. I mean, he thought that India, and I didn't disabuse him at that point, that it is an important constituency as far as writing is concerned. So he wanted UEA to have more of a presence, and it did need to have more of a presence, because when I first told people that, UEA was going to start this workshop, 8-day workshop, which I had kind of designed and was putting into place in India, they were curious why I was had shifted to the UAE. So at that point, UEA was still to become established as a name over here. But then it did become established over time for what it does in creative writing. But I did want to, by then, after teaching the first couple of workshops in Calcutta, to sort of remind people that in the 20th century and earlier in the 19th, that a lot of writers, creative writers and poets actually think. They're not just talented people who feel a lot and write. They are very important thinkers, and philosophical interventions that created the field of literary criticism have often been done by writers, especially by poets. The prose writers are, but there is Virginia Woolf. There are prose writers who are also among the greatest thinkers in that kind of field of thinking about and through literature. But generally poets, maybe because they don't have a story or narrative to fall back on. With writers who write prose, who write novels, it's always possible to say, what are you doing? I write novels, which is anyway an embarrassing answer, but less embarrassing than I'm a poet. As Arvind said in one of his talks at the symposium, what are you doing? I'm a poet. You avoid the question, because this answer has no clarity in terms of illuminating people about what you're doing, which is why I suppose poets had to write criticism, because what they're doing isn't clear, less clear at least than prose writers. But then Woolf had to write criticism because what she was doing as a prose writer wasn't very clear, at least not to Arnold Bennett. So I thought, let's remind people that there are some people even now who are wondering what they're up to, because after globalization, we'd been told, wow, we're all happy. We are writers, we are novelists, what are you doing? I'm signing a book. Not even writing a book, I'm signing copies of my book. So we needed to be reminded it seemed to me that many of us were still thinking about this question, which remained as fresh as ever and will always be as fresh as it was when it was first thought of, even 1,000 years from now, whenever somebody starts to write. And whenever they continue writing, why am I doing this? What is it that I'm doing? How did it happen? But why? What is the purpose of this activity? Um, so, when I say writers, I mean all kinds of practitioners. So we brought together for that first symposium. I said to John, let's move beyond the workshop. Let's move beyond questions that novelists or people who want to be novelists keep asking themselves, such as, is this the right adjective? Is my character working? So let's move beyond that. Let's even ask ourselves the question as to why we ask these questions. Why is it important to talk about what's a good adjective? Or what's the history of asking questions like this? You know, is this character working? So John said, yeah, that'll be great. And this term I came up with, literary activism, which could easily be um, translated into some sort of complacent form of doing activism through literature. You know, like save this or save that. It was fun to use a misleading term like that, and posit it against what I called market activism. Market activism being a kind of language of the market that came into being in the arena of the literary, where people didn't say, this book is going to sell 100,000 copies and we are going to publish it. They said, this is a masterpiece. And the word masterpiece, by the way, the academia was saying, this is an elitist word, let's throw it out of the window. But they didn't object when a book was published and somebody, or was about to be published 2 months from now, and somebody said, we are publishing a masterpiece. You know, the reversal of time, of literary history, which produces the masterpiece into this kind of compression of the globalized world. So we wanted to discuss where we were at, both in terms of what we were doing as writers, but what it meant to be a writer or a creative practitioner in this peculiar globalized world and its language of literary speech, which was often a market language, using words like classic and masterpiece. We brought together critics, academics, writers, poets, and that was December 2014, and then filmmakers, and then artists like the Turner Prize winner Jeremy Deller. He came to the second of these symposiums. The second one actually happened in the IIC. So it was shifted to Delhi for that year. The symposium was on something I called deprofessionalization, which meant this idea of writers or creative practitioners doing things that they were not necessarily identified with or were seen to be dabbling with or dabbling in or were not even seen to be good at. So Deller seemed to be a good sort of candidate for such a symposium because he had been told in art school that he was no good at art. And then he went on to win the Turner Prize in art because he brought his teacher said, you'd better be a curator. So he brought that knowledge to his practice as an art. Deprofessionalization, I mentioned this because then the symposiums began to have different themes, but part of this kind of activism to do with the importance of, well, for the want of the better word, for the want of a better word, the negative, and opening things up through the negative. So this time, the non-peer-reviewed essay, the unfailing against storytelling. It's not that, it's not just purely polemical. It's actually celebratory. It's to celebrate these things, to celebrate this push against the positive, which makes, I mean, we cannot be happy unless we are feeling negatively, about things. So yeah. So that's somehow I got away with it, and with the support of John UEA towards the beginning, and then Ashoka University from 2018. You know, and your support, and of course, the people who have come, some of them more than once, to speak at these symposiums. You know, there are. It's difficult to have these things unless you identify people who can be part of the conversation. So that has been possible, thankfully. So here we are, 10 years later. I don't know if I've missed thanking anybody's IIC where this is happening. But yep, this is what it's about. And thank you for being here. And now we start again on the 10th symposium with Arvind Krishna Mehrotra.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. We are ready to begin with our first session. Can I invite Arvind and Khwaja to the stage? Our first talk is by Arvind Krishna Mehrotra, titled Seeing Double, Hearing Double, An Experience of Reading. It will be chaired by Khwaja Owais. Khwaja is a freelance journalist who's written for many publications, including Jacobin and The Caravan. He's currently teaching at Ashoka University, a course on Kashmiri language and literature. Over to you, Khwaja.
Sure. Am I audible? We are delighted, of course, to have Arvind, and it's a personal honor to introduce, not to say that he needs to be introduced. The fact that you're all sitting for this session speaks to the fact that you know of him or know of his work. I'll keep it very brief as I have been directed to. Arvind is the author of Collected Poems 1968 to 2014 and Selected Poems and Translations, and two collections of essays, one of which includes the Book of Indian Essays. He's also the translator of The Absent Traveler, Prakrit Lao Poetry, Songs of Kabir, and a selection of Vinod Kumar Shukla's poems called Treasurer of Piggy Banks, which is published by the Westland Literary Activism imprint. With Sara Rai, he translated Vinod Kumar Shukla's stories, Blue is Like Blue. His new collection of poems is Book of Rahim, and his new upcoming book of poems is Of Least Concern. Not that it's of least concern, it's titled Of Least Concern. And it will be published by Literary Activism Westland imprint later this year. Over to you, Arvind.
Can I stand there and read? I think I'll be, yeah. Where do I keep my, can I keep it on the laptop? Papers, books, that's fine. Okay, you will see this image. I'll come to it in a moment. What should I have to thank all of you for being here, and Khwaja for agreeing to chair this session, and Amit for inviting me more than once. It always makes me write an essay. Let me, what should I, as the opening speaker, I thought I should say something about the non-peer-reviewed essay, or as I understand the phrase. And if I may be allowed, if I can use some English. English is this mix of language, two languages, English and Hindi. And in English, we have a word called, boundation. Now, I don't know if you've heard the word boundation. For instance, we might say time ki koi boundation nahi hai. Now, we all understand this, time ki koi boundation nahi hai. Now, so when I think of the essay, the non-peer-reviewed essay, it's an essay without any boundation. Now, I hope all the Indians will understand, it's an essay without any limits. So we use boundation, just as we say in Hindi or in English, वो अपनी manpower दिखा रहा था. Now, when you say, "वो अपनी manpower दिखा रहा था," he was just, roughing me up. He was just he was showing his manpower. No, but so it means the very different things in English from what it does in English. So this word foundation is what I kept thinking of. That it's an essay which does not have any foundation. It's not restricted to one literature, one period, or even one genre, though it is mostly related to poetry. So that is what I see this non-peer-reviewed essay to be. Now, I shall begin by talking about briefly about Simon Leys, Leys. I don't know if you've heard of this writer, but he's Belgian, French, and he translated the Analects of Confucius, published by Norton. And I came across it some years ago because I like the man's work, so I try and buy everything that he's done. So he calls it a writer's translation. Now, if you look at the notes to Simon Leys, and I always look at the notes of the books. They are far more interesting than the book itself, very often, the footnotes. But his footnotes are quite extraordinary, and apart from the text, because it makes frequent references to philosophers, theologians, psychoanalysts, novelists, and poets from Plato onwards, whose work sometimes reminds him of Confucius. Emerson's views on language, for instance, reflect Confucius's on the same subject. And then again from the notes, he says that how did Emerson hear of Confucius? He heard of him through Joshua Marshman's translation, which I didn't realize. And Joshua Marshman, we are talking of a Baptist missionary, and the book was published by the Serampore Mission Press. So it's a book published in Bengal reaches Emerson. Now, all this is available in Simon Leys' notes to the Analects. Not only does he say that, he goes on to say, it was published in 1809. Then he says, later, he communicated his interest in Confucian thought to Thoreau, who in Walden quoted repeatedly from Confucius and Mencius. So all this is part of this Joshua Marshman, Serampore, Emerson, Thoreau, Walden, is part of Simon Leys' note to the Analects. In Raymond Carver, Leys sees a parallel between the ending of a Carver story and what Confucius said about remembering the dead. So all the way from Plato to Raymond Carver, he covers the whole gamut of literature in the notes to the Analects. And I sent this essay to a friend of mine in England, and he wrote back, your Simon Leys forgot that it's also the Finnegan's Wake, Confucius, obviously. So it is not unusual to find connections or similarities between passages of literature. What is unusual about Leys' notes, even if they are a writer's translation, is the range, which I've pointed out, the range of this. It's as though he had commanded the world's literatures to illuminate the Analects, and the Analects to illuminate them in return. My own discoveries are far more modest, and I'll give you a few. Now, I will frequently refer to AD and BC, and BC 600 BC, and 1000 BC, and 1100 BC. So there'll be a lot of ADing and BCing in the course of this essay, so please don't get worried by it. In the 2nd century AD, when nomadic Scythian tribes from Central Asia ruled over northern India from Punjab to Gujarat. Now, this is what we often forget, that there would be Scythians sitting amongst us, or descendants of Scythians, the Central Asian tribes. And from Punjab to Gujarat, this country was ruled by Scythians. So I am certainly a descendant of one of those, and so is our Prime Minister, because it ruled from Punjab to Gujarat. We are all descendants of the Central Asian Scythians. And at the same time, in Central and Western India, there was a dynasty called the Satvahans. This is the end of the 1st century, 2nd century AD. Now, one of the Satvahan kings Hal, this is 1st century or 2nd century AD, he compiled an anthology called the Gatha Sapshati in Sanskrit, or Gaha Satsai. Satsai is 700. It's the same root as the English 7. So he compiled this anthology, the Gatha Sapshati, of 700 gathas. And a gatha is a poem which is a single verse, single independent verse. And it's a form in the Arya meter. And according to one scholar, whoever from the king to the peasant had any poetic fervor composed gathas. And it is said that Hala had how many gathas? 10 million gathas to choose from, out of which he chose 700. The language is Maharashtri, which is one of the Prakrits. And the subject is erotic love. And I'll just come to that in a moment. This picture has to do with erotic love, by the way, but it's not from the 1st century AD. In most cases, the speaker is a woman who is talking about herself or something she's seen or heard. Here she is teaching the basics to her idiot husband. Now the husband, the man in the Prakrit poems is just an idiot. He's supposed to perform sex, which he can't do very well. So he's constantly to be, you know, he's a pain in the neck, basically. So she's telling him, always wanting me to come on top and complaining we are childless, as if you can brim an inverted water jug. So I'll need a glass of water, please. Can I have a glass? Can I have some water? So when she's not teaching him the basics, she's busy deceiving him. And she thrusts her lover towards her husband back early. This man just arrived from my father's village. So what is happening is the wife is making out with another man, and the husband comes from office before he should have. And so she thrusts her lover before her husband back early. This man just arrived from my father's village. And when she's not thrusting a lover before her husband, trying to deceive him, she's fantasizing about someone else. Let faithful wives say what they like. I don't sleep with my husband, even when I do. The authors of the poems, I think the poems go back to 2,500 years ago. They're collected in the 1st century AD, but they're part of the oral tradition. So they would go back to maybe 300 BC. The authors are predominantly men, but women authors are mentioned as well in the commentaries. And the poems themselves appear anonymously. We were created to observe one another, Degas said. The following Gatha depicts a man observing a woman, but this is not the male gaze of Renaissance painting. And this is the poem. All he wants is to see her armpit. So asks the garland maker the price of a string. You see, what she's doing is she's making a garland. She has to lift her arm, and when she lifts her arm, he can look at her armpit. Now, I did an internet search on erogenous zones, and I found everything from the head to the tip of the toes, but this armpit, I haven't, maybe there's. So when he was living in northern Nigeria in the 1960s, the British poet Tony Harrison made a purchase of groundnuts for the same reason that the Prakrit poet asked the price of a garland. I bought 3 players' tins of groundnuts with green mold just to touch your hand, counting coppers into mine. So 3 players' tins are, cigarette tins. So it's you're given groundnuts by volume, 1 cigarette tin for so many coppers. So he bought those groundnuts just so he could touch the woman's hand. The opportunity to touch someone you are attracted to can arise unexpectedly. And in the Gatha Sapshati, one of the Gathas, it can happen in the middle of a fire, in the middle of a village blaze. The village destroyed, the heart ecstatic, houses burning, I passed him the pitcher. So when she passes him the pitcher, the hands touch, which is the same thing that Tony Harrison was doing in northern Nigeria in the 60s. When flirting hands touch like this in a Nigerian marketplace or a Deccan village, poetry itself links fingers across the millennia. And this is my basic thesis, that there is absolutely no difference either in the periods of poetry or in the nations that create those poetry. It's basically one system. And either you know the system or you don't know the system, but there are no two ways about it. If the attraction is mutual, hands can touch without touching, and messages are exchanged without a word being spoken. So in these cases, he has to touch her hand, but it doesn't have to happen. So you can have a sexual relationship without ever touching, but very momentarily. Now it's a hot day. There's a woman standing in the shade, perhaps under a tree, offering water from a pot to a thirsty traveler. And this we see in India even now. In Allahabad, we used to see it, that there's a woman or a man with a big ghada or a big pot, and she's pouring water, and people are waiting to drink that water, or then go on their way. Now, what happens here? This is in some year BC. One such traveler, a man, has his eyes fixed on the woman. She has her eyes fixed on him. There are others waiting in line. He cannot linger, but they both wish to prolong the moment. Someone with a poem camera shoots a video. And this is the video this poet shoots. As the traveler, eyes raised, cupped hands filled with water, spreads his fingers and lets it run through, she, pouring it, reduces the trickle. You see, he opens his fingers so the water slips. And she also sort of, which is already, this is not why I asked for the glass of water. She already, she's making it a trickle, then she reduces the trickle further because she knows that if he drinks, is the end, he'll go and someone else will come and they won't ever see each other again. The language of eroticism doesn't change, nor do the aesthetic devices used to express it. This hasn't changed in 2,500 or more years. How to convey maximum desire in the fewest words, or preferably no words at all. That is the highest form of art, when you can convey maximum desire and use preferably no words. The problem occupied Flaubert when he was writing Bovary. Quite obviously, it was he wrote about it, Flaubert, in his letter to Louis Colette. And Louis Colette, I'll just read it in Stiegballer's translation. And what Flaubert says is, I have a fornication coming up, he wrote Louis Colette, that worries me considerably, and which I mustn't shirk, although I want to make it chaste, that is literary, without gross details or lascivious images. The carnality must be in the emotion. This is what Flaubert says, the carnality must be in the emotion. In Annie Ernaux and Marc Marie's The Use of Photography, one of the photographs is of the clothes scattered in the hallway. This you can see, carnality in action. Badly done, nevertheless. We see on the checkered floor a single gray sock, a pair of men's black leather ankle boots, each shoe lying on its side. At a distance from the other, a pair of black trousers that still feel warm as though someone had just stepped out of them, a black jacket that's been dropped on the trousers, a lavender bralette, a gray lady's coat. I hope all of this is there. Some of it is there, but if it were a little bigger, then you'd be able to see it. Now, the photograph leaves little to the imagination. In a gatha, an older woman is about to have sex with someone much younger and less knowledgeable than her. And this is also one of the great themes of the gatha, Sapshati, the older woman and the younger. sometimes a boy, much younger and knowledgeable than her. An article of clothing is mentioned to draw attention to its absence. Here, Annie Ernaux is doing exactly the same thing. She's mentioning nakedness, but she's displaying this mess. It gives the poem, without creating an unseemly mess, an erotic urgency that is missing from Ernaux's photograph. And this is the poem. He groped me for the underwear that wasn't there. I saw the boy's fluster and embraced him more tightly. The poem conveys the effect Flaubert wanted of his fornication scene. It is chaste and carnal. The flustered look on the boy's face also makes it comic. There are several poems on aging in the Prakrit anthology. In one poem, a woman recalls earlier visits to the temple when it was more a place of assignation than prayer. O hideous old age, be content. I've come to worship the stone men used for my pillow. The stone she's praying to is a Ganesh idol. In another poem, lying on a deathbed by the banks of the Tapati, which is one of the sacred rivers, she remembers the time when she was young. It's no untruth, my deathbeds near the sacred waters of the Tapti, but the eye, just as before, roves over that thicket. The thicket, as the temple at a certain hour, was a safe place for lovers to meet. This is what temples were used for, and this is what they should be used for. It's a place where lovers can meet. In the Gatha Sapshati, sacred places and sexual pleasure go together. An aging man has the same desires as the woman. Seeing this old man, a woman says, gray-haired, skin tattered by wantons, but your luck still good. The Godavari is your go-between. The river becomes your go-between. Now, then the commentator will say, how does the river become a go-between? According to one commentator, the river as go-between is carrying a leaf cup filled with flowers. When it reaches the woman it is meant for, she will read the message in the petals. Ironically, the river has always been a metaphor for time, the very current he is swimming against. In a footnote to his essay, The Metaphor, Borges quotes a verse by Rubén Darío, in which the Nicaraguan poet gives words to what the Prakrit poet was probably muttering to himself. And Borges has this in a little footnote to his essay, The Metaphor. And this is the Rubén Darío quote. But in spite of stubborn time, my thirst for love persists. I approach the garden's roses, my hair a graying mist. Elsewhere, of course, Borges writes, perhaps universal history is the history of a few metaphors. Women hold the cards. Now, in lovemaking, in making the first move, it's always the woman. Now, the man has to be, has to be poked, pinched, told what to do, and then he sort of opens his eyes, and then he realizes. So very often the woman will suggest things to a traveler. There are lots of travelers in the Gatha Sapshati. We'll come to that in a moment. And there are travelers because there was a lot of trade all through the Satavahan kingdoms, and we'll come to that, the trade with the Romans, but I won't go into the trade with the Romans, but I'll refer to it briefly. And a traveler knocks on a door, he can almost be thrown out. The story can then take a turn. And these are just two-line poems. Highborn lady railed at traveler before giving him bed straw for the night. Weeping, she picks it next morning. Now, what is the suggestion? There's a traveler, she's an upper caste lady. She gives him some bed straw to sleep. Weeping, she picks it next morning. This is all what the poem says. The suggestion obviously is that they've made love at night and he's going to leave in the morning. But a traveler knocking on another woman's door has a quite different experience. The watchdog dead, mother-in-law bedridden, my husband out of town, and there's no one to inform him a buffalo ravaged the cotton last night. Now you see what's going on. She's giving him the all clear. She's telling him the watchdog is dead, the mother-in-law, she's not dead, but she's bedridden. The husband is out of town, and the speaker is a married woman. Her husband is not at home. The mother-in-law is ill. The watchdog is dead. There's no one else around. For the poem to say more would break the spell. And what else can she say? Now, there is an identical invitation poem, nothing to do with this, but it has everything to do with this. And it's written as though traced on onion skin from the Prakrit. And this poem goes thus, slightly longer than the Prakrit. It says, gone to hunt. Again, it's the woman speaking. Gone to hunt, and my brothers. But the hut is clean, said the girl. I have curds besides whey, pomegranates, traveler, butter if you need it in a bundle of cress. Soft, so soft my bed. Few come this road. I'm not married yet. Today, I'm 14 years old. Have you got the poem? Have you, the whole scene she lays out? The author is Basil Bunting. The poem is Birthday Greeting, written in 1964. Don Shear's edition of the poems of Basil Bunting has a note that gives the context. And this is a great edition of the Bunting poem. And Shear says in a note, in the introduction to the poem, at a reading recorded at Harvard University in 1976, BB said, here's a young lady I met in the Bakhtiyari mountains once. The Bakhtiyaris are a nomadic tribe in Iran. BB's second wife, Seema, was a Bakhtiyari and a teenage girl when they married. But the girl who gives this invitation is not Bunting's wife. She's another. That's another long story. Bunting had served in the RAF in Persia in the 1940s and knew and admired the Bakhtiyaris. The answer to the question how a poem by Bunting came to resemble closely a poem in the Gatha Sapshati has to do with patterns of poetry. It has nothing to do with nation, none of language, none of that rubbish. The two poems are built on the same ground plan, like row houses. A third poem that can be added to these two, and which was probably Bunting's model for Birthday Greeting, is Pound's translation of Lipo's The Jewel Stairs Grievance. It's about a rendezvous at which one party does not show up. And this is this famous poem. The jewel stairs are already quite wet with dew. It is so late that the dew soaks my gauze stockings, and I let down the crystal curtain and watch the moon through the clear autumn. Pound's famous note to the poem explains how the poem's mechanism works. Jewel stairs, therefore, a palace. Grievance, therefore, there is something to complain. Gauze stockings, therefore, a court lady, not a servant who complains. Clear autumn, therefore, he has no excuse on account of weather. The poem is specially prized because she utters no direct reproach. That's Pound's note explaining. In poetry, slant is straight. In Birthday Greeting, which is the Bunting poem, as in the Watchdog Dead, which is the Gatha Sapshati, the jewel stairs grievance, you have to infer the speaker's intent, the slant, from her factual statements. So these are all factual statements, and the factual statements mean something else. The brothers are out on a hunt. This is the Bunting poem. The brothers are out on a hunt, therefore she is alone. It is a hot morning, the hut is clean, and she has cooling things to offer, curds and whey. Therefore, the weary traveler can rest a while. Few people come that road, therefore they won't be disturbed. The poem is specially prized because she offers no direct invitation, even as she drags him to bed. More than half a millennium before the Prakrit poems were anthologized by Satwan Hal. So this is before 1st century AD, when they were anthologized. We have the Theri Gatha, the poems of the Buddhist women, or the Theris, senior ones among the ordained Buddhist women, some of them ordained in Buddha's lifetime. Their songs or gathas were composed between the end of the 6th century BC to the end of the 3rd, before they were put in standardized Pali. And it is the first anthology of women's poetry anywhere in the world, and the earliest record we have of poems by women in India. Barring the Rig Veda, it is the oldest poetry we have. In the songs, women talk of their lives both before and after they were ordained, sometimes by the Buddha himself. A song by Upalavarna begins, "We were mother and daughter, but we shared one husband. I was afraid of what had to come from that. It was perverse and made my hair stand on end." The translation is by Charles Hallisey, and it's in the Murthy Library in volume 3, if you want to look at it, page 117. So all the translations are Charles Hallisey's from this. Ambapali, whom we all know from the film, was a prostitute. She gives a vivid account of what aging has done to her body. She begins with her hair, and this is from the Theri Gatha in Charles Hallisey's translation. "The hairs on my head were once curly, black like the color of bees. Now, because of old age, they are like jute. It's just as the Buddha, the speaker of truth, said. Nothing different from that." She begins with her hair, then she comes to her nose. "When I was young, my nose was beautiful. It was delicate, high, and perfect for my face. Now, because of old age, it is like a strip of wet leather. It's just as the Buddha had said. It's just as the Buddha, the speaker of truth, said. Nothing different from that." Then she comes to her arms, and she makes a detailed description in the Theri Gatha of each part of her body. "Once my arms were both beautiful, like the round iron crossbars for holding doors shut. Now, because of old age, they are gray like the bark of the patali tree. It's just as the Buddha, the speaker of truth, said. Nothing different from that." She ends by comparing her body to an old house, the plaster falling down. That's how she ends the poem. Now, shorn of its striking images in the poem, and this clear-eyed look of what she has become from what she was, Ambapali's poem is illustrative of anicca. Anicca is the Buddhist term for impermanence, one of the marks of existence in Buddhism. The Prakrit poem, in which the old woman's eyes rove over that thicket, is not linked to any idea of flux or the transitory. This is the big difference between the Buddhist poem on sexual desire in old age, or old age as such. So in Buddha's time, it's a mark of impermanence, but not in the Gatha Sapshati. It's not linked to any idea of the transitory. The poem's location is the sacred waters of a river. Its theme is memories of lovemaking and the persistence of desire. While Ambapali's suffering ends, that of the old woman lying on a deathbed is said to continue. The Theri Gatha is part of the Buddhist canon, whereas the Gatha Sapshati, religion is something that you have to get round and make the best of, rather than a straight line, a path that you follow. And the religion is an impediment. But then they have temples, which is a nice thing about religion. And since they have temples, that becomes a place of lovemaking. So religion has its positive side if you look at it through the eyes of the Gatha Sapshati. If you see a Ganesh idol in the temple, it might have uses other than the obvious one. And so if you, next time you go to a temple, you see a Ganesh idol, you will know what to do with it. The two anthologies may differ in their attitude to religion, But women's sexuality is another matter. Upalavanna's poem, in which mother and daughter share one husband, is, as she herself says, perverse. Only a little less strange is a poem in the Gatha Sapshati, in which mother-in-law and daughter-in-law meet each other after making out with their lovers in the forest. The speaker is the daughter-in-law. Mother-in-law, one word about the long bamboo leaves in my hair, and I'll bring up the dirt marks on your back. So this is an exchange, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, as they pass each other in the street, returning from the forest after meeting with their lovers. But if the mother-in-law is what mother-in-laws are supposed to be, the daughter-in-law sends a message to her lover through the go-between. So the go-between is a crucial element in this whole business. And this is what the woman says: a rigorous mother-in-law, the housework endless. In the evening, perhaps, but don't wait. The earliest poems in the Therigatha were written around 600 BC, which is when the Chinese Book of Songs was compiled, some say by Confucius himself. As with the Therigatha, you can ignore its scriptural aspect. You can ignore the scriptural aspect of the Book of Songs and read it as a collection of poems. Or, of its 305 songs, the oldest go back to the 11th century. More than half of these songs, which go back to the 11th century, have a folk origin. One of them is Plain Cap. And Plain Cap, which is in Arthur Waley's translation, Book of Songs, and it goes back to 11th century BC. That the mere glimpse of a plain cap could harry me with such longing, cause pain so dire. That the mere glimpse of a plain coat could stab my heart with grief, enough, take me with you to your home. That a glimpse of plain leggings could tie my heart in tangles, enough, let us two be one. It's a woman seeing a lover, a girl seeing a lover, and she can't bear to lose sight of him, but that's all she can do is to catch a glimpse. There is an analogous poem in the Gatha Sapshati, whose songs too, prior to their being collected in this anthology, were kept in circulation not through a written text, but orally. And the poem says, "Aunt, can a glimpse fulfill, dreaming of water slake thirst?" Which is exactly what the Chinese poem is saying. She's seen the man she loves very briefly. And hundreds of years later, the Prakrit poet says the same thing: can a glimpse fulfill, dreaming of water slake thirst. Now the Satvahans, who established their kingdom in the late 2nd century BC, were not Buddhists themselves, but they supported Buddhist monasteries and, and stupas through endowments and land grants. Now in towns as well as the countryside, lay Buddhists and Buddhist bhikshus or monks were a common sight. And there are poems about the woman being attracted by the monk as he comes around begging for alms. And so women you have to be very careful about them, because they're always ready to entice you. And we've been taught this through history. The evidence is before you. While the bhikshu views her navel, and she his handsome face, crows lick clean both ladle and alms bowl. The bhikshus had chosen a peripatetic life and taken the vow of celibacy. But more than animals they encountered in the forests, it was adulterous women they had to fear. The wives of brahmanas and well-to-do householders. These women were part of the folklore of the times. We see them in the Gatha Sapshati, the high-born woman who railed at traveler. The householder, I'm using it in a very specific, I forget the grahapati, I think that's was the using. So that's a very technical, it means much more than a householder, but that's roughly what it means. Because these high-born women with sexual desires also occur in the Jatak stories. In the Bandhana Mukha Jatak, a queen makes the king promise exclusive fidelity to her, but herself commits adultery. With each one of the royal messengers sent by the absent king to inquire about her health. And this I get from Uma Chakravarti's book, Everyday Lives. So it's a quote from her. The Buddha in the Sutta Pitaka had already given enough warnings of what lay on the road ahead for the bhikshus. So it's not that the bhikshu has not been told that while you're begging for alms, these high-born women are going to waylay you. And the Buddha in the Sutta Pitaka says, sensual pleasure is good while it lasts, he said. But now the quote, if for that person the pleasures diminish, he is shattered as if shot with an arrow. This is what the Buddha says. And the matter of sensual pleasure, for different reasons, also exercised Buddha's contemporary Confucius. And this is from Simon Lee's translation. The master said, the fact remains that I have never seen a man who loved virtue as much as sex. How can you dispute with this? Now, Punna was a highborn, was a poor dasi who met a Brahmin. She was a domestic in the house of a merchant who was a great devotee of the Buddha. Punna was a great devotee of the Buddha. Irked by the sight of a Brahmin, shivering in the cold and about to enter the river to purify himself, she burst out. And we've just witnessed this great event in Prayagraj, where millions of Hindus gathered, trying to bathe in the river and washing away their sins. And in Buddha's lifetime, a poor dasi, a servant woman, tells a Brahmin, and this is what she tells him, who told you that? Like a know-nothing speaking to a know-nothing, that one is freed from the fruits of an evil act by washing off in water? Is it that frogs and turtles will all go to heaven, and so will water monitors and crocodiles, and anything that lives in water, as will killers and killers of sheep and killers of pigs, fishermen and animal trappers, thieves and executioners, everyone who habitually does evil? But these rivers might carry away all the good done too. You will be besides yourself about that. Aren't you afraid of that, Brahman, each time you go down into the water? 2000 years later, picking up the same images, Kabir spoke of those who take a holy dip in rivers. So the message hasn't changed, and this is from my translation. And the epigraph that I give is from Ramanujan's one of the poems in speaking of Shiva. In his front yard is the true Banaras. This is from a speaking of Shiva, one of those poems. His death in Banaras, this is Kabir, his death in Banaras won't save the assassin from certain hell any more than a dip in the Ganges will send frogs or you to paradise. My home, says Kabir, is where there's no day, no night, and no holy book in sight to squat on our lives. In our own time, 500 years after Kabir, the contemporary Hindi poet Vinod Kumar Shukla wrote thus. I'll read it out, a short poem in Hindi, then I'll read the English translation. पैदल अपने पड़ोस जा रहा हूँ, पैदल अपने पड़ोस जा रहा हूँ, इस तरह जाना क्या यात्रा नहीं है? बहुत दूर जाना ही यात्रा है। घर से निकलता हूँ, घर से निकला हूँ, अब पड़ोस जा रहा हूँ, 2 कदम ही चला हूँ, घर से दूर मैं यात्रा में, तीर्थ यात्रा में. You know, he's going on a tirth, he's not going on a journey, he's going on a, this is the translation. I step out to go to a neighbor's. Isn't this going on a journey? To go on one, must you always go far? I've stepped out of my house and I'm now going to a neighbor's. My house is behind me. I've taken 2 steps of the journey, the pilgrimage. So that's all you need to do to go on a pilgrimage. Step out of your house and go to your neighbor's. There's plenty to know about Silk Roads and the Indian Ocean trade. Yeah, this one and the other one also. Put the other one first. I will refer to this, and there is another image. Anyway, this is fine. There is plenty that we know about Silk Roads and Indian Ocean trade. An ivory Yakshi statuette dating from the 1st century AD found in Pompeii is probably from a Satavahan atelier. I don't think we'll have the, I think we have the, anyway, you can Google, you can Wikipedia, the Pompeii Lakshmi, it's called, but doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. It's all there in Wiki. If you Google just Pompeii Lakshmi, I think she's called. So anyway, it's an image of a Yakshi, an ivory image, which was there in Pompeii, and it was discovered later that it's from one of the Satavahan kingdoms. Or it's from the control is right here under these papers. Oh, there she is. Yeah. So this is the Pompeii Lakshmi. So this object travels from the Satavahans, reaches Pompeii, and is there in the museum in Naples, I think. So it's probably from a Satavahan atelier. And on Satavahan clay pendants are impressions of Roman imperial coins. So this trade between the Satavahanas and the Roman Empire is a very well documented. And the second image, which you were seeing earlier, I owe to a scholar at Drexel University. I read that, I saw that image in one of her essays, so I asked her for that image, about that head, which you saw. The coins, so the coins came from, there were coins found in the Deccan, and the coins were melted down, but the artisans, they made a dye, a clay dye, and those clay dyes then became models for toys. This is how these toys entered the inventory of the artisan, and they spread across the Deccan. A Roman-looking head, its hairstyle reminiscent of Emperor Trajan's, is seen on a terracotta rattle from Ter, a village in western Maharashtra. And this was the other one, the first image that you had saw, which was an important mercantile center during the Satavahan times, during the time of the Gatha Sapshati. In poetry are similar repetitive patterns. And this is the point of this long essay, that just as you have repetitive patterns in art, you have similar repetitive patterns in poetry. So you have Punna, the Dasi in the Theri Gatha. You have Dasamaya, the poet whom Ramanujan translated. You have Kabir. You have Vinod Kumar Shukla. Use the same mold for their poems, as do Basil Bunting and the Prakrit poet, and the Prakrit poet and the author of Plain Cap. The trade in poetic artifacts is little studied. We have no archaeologists of poetry, and there are no university museums devoted to the subject. Now I come to the last 2 pages of my essay, and so this is some prose and some poetry. July 18, 1841, Sunday, felt very melancholy. Went a walk on the forest in the afternoon. Fell in with some gypsies, one of whom offered to assist in my escape from the madhouse by hiding me. John, you recognize the passage? Thus begins John Clare's journey out of Essex. His account of the now famous escape from High Beach Asylum, Epping Forest, where he'd been admitted in 1837. He'd had enough of the place and decided to abscond, walking the 80 miles to his home in Northborough. traveling alone and without money. He was on the road for 4 days. Having only honest courage and myself in my army, I led the way and my troops soon followed. And he had no troops, it was just John Clare, alone on the road. In March 1953, about 100 and some years later, the 22-year-old Arun Kolatkar too escaped and went a walk. He was at the time a student of fine art at Bombay University, at Bombay in the JJ school, but had quit in his final year for reasons he never quite explained. The walk took him to Kopargaon in western Maharashtra, a distance of about 120 miles. He too had no money. But unlike Clare, he was accompanied by a friend, his troops, whom he leaves out of the poem. He wrote afterwards. Mumbai ne Bhike Slavla, that is the Marathi title. He wrote it in Marathi and later translated it into English as The Turnaround. Bombay made me a beggar. Kalyan gave me a bit of jaggery to suck. In a small village that had a waterfall but no name, my blanket found a buyer, and I feasted on just plain ordinary water. I arrived in Nasik with people leaves between my teeth. There I sold my tukaram to buy myself some bread and mince. When I turned off Agra Road, one of my sandals gave up the ghost. Then came Rotegaon, where I went on trial and had to drag the carcass away when, howling at night, a dog died in the temple when I was trying to get some sleep. There I got bread to eat all right, but a woman was pissing in the dark. I didn't see her, and she just blew up. Bread you want, you motherfucker, you blind cunt, she said. I'll give you bread. Hunger, thirst, problems with foot fare, impoverishment, sleeping rough, encounters with strangers, and a suspicion of tramps are some of the things that occur in Clare's account as they do in Kolatkar's. And they're absolutely parallel accounts. John Clare's escape from the asylum and Kolatkar traveling those miles in Maharashtra and from Bombay to. So hunger, thirst, exhaustion, problems with foot fare, impoverishment are some of the things that recurred both in Clare's account and Kolatkar's account. Underneath it all, despite the adversities, runs a streak of high spirits, which for poets, even in dejection, is their natural state. How else would they write? At one point in the walk, Clare hums the tune of Highland Mary. Kolatkar reaches a small village that has no name, and Clare, around nightfall, reaches one but forgets what it's called. I got to a village further on and forgot the name. The road on the left was quite overshaded by some trees and quite dry, so I sat down half an hour and made a good many wishes for breakfast. But wishes are no hearty meal, so I got up as hungry as I sat down. Kolatkar eats people leaves, and Clare eats grass. On the third day, I satisfied my hunger by eating the grass by the roadside, which seemed to taste something like bread. This is what Clare says. Kolatkar feasts on plain, ordinary water, and a man on horseback in a loose slop coat throws Clare a penny. Here's another of the broken down haymakers, he says, and Clare gets himself a half pint of beer. Kolatkar has a sandal problem, and Clare has quite a few. A kind talking countryman who told me the parson lived a good way from where I was, so I went on hopping with a crippled foot, for the gravel had got into my old shoes, one of which I had now nearly lost the sole. Kolatkar pockets a beedi lying on the road, and Clare still has some tobacco left, but his box of lucifers is empty, and he cannot light his pipe. Kolatkar is overcome by tiredness. It was walk, 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 and walk all the way. And so is Clare. Doubt and hopelessness have made me turn so feeble that I was scarcely able to walk, yet I could not sit down or give up, but shuffled along. A woman lashes out at Kolatkar. We've seen that. And Claire, while trying to get some sleep, hears two women talking. A young woman, so I guessed by the voice, came out of the house and said, "Poor creature." And another more elderly said, "Oh, he shams." But when I got up, the latter said, "Oh, no, he don't," as I hobbled along very lame. There is a mention of newspapers in both their accounts. From a headline Kolatkar read in Kopargaon, we know he was there on March 7, 1953. And this we know exactly that Kolatkar reached Kopargaon on this date. Kopargaon is a big town. That's where I read that Stalin was dead. Kopargaon is a big town where it seemed shameful to beg. And I had to knock on 5 doors to get a handful of rice. Claire was carrying an old morning chronicle in his pocket, in which he penciled a few fragments of the journey. In the end, Kolatkar reaches home, and Claire reaches home, and Kolatkar has his moment of illumination. So that's how their stories ended. Subsequent to the walk, Kolatkar wrote several poems which he called journey poems, and Claire wrote at least one poem that makes a reference to Journey Out of Essex. And then I quote, which is a short extract, which he quotes his poems to Mary, those famous poems to Mary that Claire writes. "I've wandered many a weary mile, love in my heart was burning, to seek a home in Mary's smile, but cold is love's returning. The cold ground was a feather bed. Truth never acts contrary. I had no home above my head. My home was love and Mary." Though both lived in different centuries and seemingly have little in common, they were both autodidacts. Both had an ear for everyday speech, a readiness to be amused, the same deadpan style of narration. Once we begin to see the world through their eyes, through their intense eyes, we might ask ourselves if we ever saw it with our own. At one point, their accounts differ. Claire was on the road for 4 days, but does not once mention defecation. Whereas Kolatkar says, "I shat on Vishnukrant and wiped my ass with neem leaves." Vishnukrant is the dwarf morning glory. They may not have seen eye to eye when it came to expressing bodily functions in poetry, but they both shared an interest in wild flowers. When you read, you sometimes hear not only the voice on the page, but also a second voice coming from across the hedgerow. It can be unsettling. Thank you.
Thank you, Arvind, for that enlightening talk, and also for taking us through this literary history to propose that poetry or poetic imagination is not unlike across geographies and time or across centuries. I wanted to go on a slight tangent, but I think we are short of time, so we'll open the house for questions.
Please ask very simple, short questions, because I'm quite apart from being very slow on the uptake. I can't hear very well. Between my wife and I, we have one hearing aid, and she's wearing it at the moment. So it's a bit complicated. So either I can hear the question or she can hear, so.
Yeah, thank you, Arvind. That was so lovely. Your speech was almost like an anthology of quotations, and I was thinking, of course, what Benjamin says about that, hiding behind a phalanx of quotations. And I was thinking, like, what would peer review do to this? And it's very interesting that the argument, which I think you pointed out, is almost invisible. in what you said. You very rarely do actually say, this is what I'm trying to say. You let the poetry and the art speak for itself. And I think I have a sense of it because we were just talking about it at breakfast also. So I know what this is about. But I was thinking, what is this quality where you do not make the argument, you do not pronounce the argument, but just let the, it's almost like curation. You've almost curated. And I was thinking a lot of Ramanujan's essays are like that too. You know, you don't get a sense of that structure, but you just let it go. You just let it stand. And I noticed that quality in what you just said. So I'll stop there.
It's an observation you are making, isn't that? I can't say anything about that in the sense that's how I see it. All I can do is to present one thing and present the other thing. Uh, what argument can one? Am I audible? What argument can one possibly make? I mean, this is John Clare. This is Arun Kolatkar. You know, they. So the only argument is that I don't see any divisions in literature. No, I can't see nations. I really cannot see. I cannot see boundaries. I'm totally blind to. Uh, that is the only argument. I mean, of my own disability. It's a reading disability. I yeah, yeah. I can't. The boundaries kind of completely evaporate when I'm reading, because I just see the same thing. It's a habit of mind, or it's and I keep coming across it over and over and over again. I mean, I came across it, last night. I'm reading something by 11th century Japanese, and then you think of something that Emerson wrote in Nature, and they think exactly the same thing, and I can point it out right now. So what does one do? I mean, there's no how do you say this is Japanese, this is American? It's rubbish. So I'll give you. I've made a note a day before. No, I'll just this uh, the Vinod Shukla. I was reading his poems, and then I happened to be reading Jack Spicer, and they're saying the same thing, and it is there in the introduction. Now, I didn't go out looking for Vinod Shukla and Jack Spicer, but you read Vinod Shukla. I've been translating him. Suddenly, you pick up Jack Spicer, you read something, or you. I was reading Joe Brainard. I was telling someone at dinner. I was reading Joe Brainard, and uh, Joe Brainard has these one-line essays, mini essays, 29 mini essays. It's in the Ron Batchet anthology. Uh, it's called Women's Lib, and it says a woman can do anything she puts her pants to. And Kolatkar says a woman can kill 23 cockroaches. It's a line from his poem. It's called Woman. It's there in New Writing in India. You can read it there. Now, how does this happen? And how does Joe Brainard in New York say a woman can do anything she puts her pants to, and Kolatkar in Bombay, no, with this kind of, and I can go on and on with this. It's just totally endless. So this is what I'm. So I'm not there's no argument to make apart from just showing this completely. And it cannot just be a coincidence. It's too much, anyway. So
Arvind, I've been told that I shouldn't ask a question, and there's no more time left for questions. So I won't put it across as a question, maybe an observation. If you want, you can also uh, give us a one-sentence reply. But it seems to me the subject of your essay is this particular kind of person who cannot help noticing one thing in terms of another, and that is a kind of habit of reading poetry, of understanding history, of understanding literary history and one's relationship to it, and also of the way one sort of is located from where you write. Uh, things are never entire in themselves for you. They're always also something else or other things. And there is you're right, there isn't an archaeology. We kind of put it into labels like comparative literature or comparing, but there isn't an archaeology of this sort of um, double or treble sort of reading, which shapes the way we read anything at all. That we cannot read anything we respond to without it also being a part of what you call a pattern of responses. And that pattern of response is as real as anything we're reading at that moment on the page. It just doesn't exist solely by itself on the page. It is part of a pattern of response which is as real as what we're reading at that point of time. And we can see this in many, many poets, that this is how they think and how they read and how they write, therefore. I'm not going to name them. But that not only has the archaeology of that not been sort of compiled, but I'm wondering whether we think about reading and where writing emerges and how we understand cultures in that way anymore. Where you've given us a long talk about reading in that way. I'm just wondering whether people talk about this anymore, that they are always reading doubly or trebly, you know. So that's a comment. If you
Yeah.
want to answer, answer. But
No,
otherwise,
I can't because, but that's how I read. I'm so I look upon it as a reading impediment. You know, I can't make an argument, but I can always see these parallels or patterns, and they just sort of leap at me from the, leap out from the page. Uh, I've, I've got any number of, notes that how can things be so similar? I mean, this morning before coming, I was just looking at that Emerson line. This great line from Nature, where he says, Miller owns this field, Locke that, and Manning the woodland beyond, but none of them owns the landscape. You can own individual fields, but no one can own the landscape. And this Japanese poet I was referring to, no, it's not a poet, it's Chomei. And he says, you just listen to this, it's just one sentence. He says exactly the same thing. And Chomei says, no one owns a splendid view, so nothing prevents the heart's delight in it. No one owns a splendid view, and which is what Emerson also says. No one owns the landscape. It can be divided Miller's field, so-and-so's field, Locke's field, Manning's field. So anyway, so it's just how one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to Amit.
yeah, we just rushed for time.
Yeah.
Wonderful talk. Thank you for
Thanks.
that last sort of thing about, not owning the landscape, not owning a view, and reminding us of what you've done with these, setting up these correspondences and reminding us how we read as well. Khwaja, thank you so much. We're going to break for coffee, but just before that, before you go rushing off towards coffee, just a small informal announcement which I forgot to make earlier related to everything we're doing. I'm very happy to say that we, that something new, an award is, we don't need any more awards, but anyway, this one is a good one, I think. The Ved Mehta Award for Creative Nonfiction this is an informal announcement, is going to come into being, into existence later this year. We'll make a formal press release and announcement in the weeks to come. The money was donated by his Ved Mehta's widow, Lynn. Ashoka University and Balliol College in Oxford are partnering on giving an international award every year. The Center for the Creative and the Critical has conceptualized this award and will administer it. And so this is in the offing a new award, the Ved Mehta Award for Creative Nonfiction, an award that comes out from here with Balliol College, Oxford, and for which writers from all over the world are eligible. So I thought I'd share that with you informally for now. And please have some tea or coffee, and we'll come back in 10 minutes.
Welcome back. And I'm also back briefly in case you missed me. And it's okay if you didn't, just don't whisper no's to each other. Shubham's busy with the more serious work right now. Shubham's chairing this second session of the 10th Symposium called Peer Review in Public, the Case of Sociobiology. And I will be introducing Shubham. Shubham is a PhD candidate at the Department of English, Ashoka University. He works on language ideology in India and is currently writing his dissertation, which examines the negotiations that Indian writers make with Englishness, which he defines as the sensibilities presumed to be associated with the English language. And Shubham works on both Hindi and English writers from the 20th and 21st century. Over to Shubham to introduce the speaker and take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanchit. I'm very pleased to introduce Lara Choksi. Her talk is titled Peer Review in Public, the Case of Sociobiology. Lara Choksi is lecturer in colonial and post-colonial literatures in the Department of English at the University College London, where she's also associate faculty in the Sarah Parker Remon Center for the Study of Racism and Racialization. She researches the interplay of science and technology, critical race and post-colonial studies, and sociological realism in modern and contemporary literature. Her book, Narrative in the Age of the Genome, considers measures of the human in genomic narratives. Over to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for the invitation to be here, Amit. It's a real joy, pleasure to be here. I want to pick up, I hope this talk is going to pick up some of your initial comments about the relationship between the global, the parochial, and build these into some of the comments that were made in Arvind's talk about the personal, and to think about the essay as a place that has sort of, I suppose, historically been a space for thinking about what counts as a significant event and what can count as a significant event, and to whom in an open-ended sort of way. So that's where I'm gonna try and get us towards, but via some pretty dense science. So bear with me. I actually realized that this talk should be called Death by Litotes. So I'm going to come to that. In December 1975, the evolutionary biologist Edward Wilson published a response published in the NYRB that criticized a laudatory review of his new book, Sociobiology, The New Synthesis. He had been subject to an unforeseen attack and aggressive move by a hostile group to undermine his work. The group in question was a cluster of biologists, teachers, doctors, and students from the Boston area, some of them from Wilson's place of work, sharing the same corridor in Harvard University. The list of names included established scientists, Stephen Jay Gould, Richard Lewontin, David Culver, John Beckwith, Ruth Hubbard, the anthropologist, Anthony Leeds, the psychologist, Stephen Chirova, alongside pre-med student Elizabeth Allen, teacher Barbara Beckwith, and graduate students and doctors, a ragbag of 16 renegades at different career stages across different fields, and also members of the campaign group Science for the People. The Boston group debunked Wilson's most headline-grabbing thesis in sociobiology, that human social behavior is mostly biology, and that the next 100 years of the social sciences, sociology and anthropology, would see their takeover by computational models of modeling this behavior. Sociobiology will become the new sociology, and the distance between biological and social explanations of human life will, if not collapse, then become more and more irrelevant. Cognition will be replaced by circuitry. Stress will be evaluated in terms of the neurophysiological perturbations and their relaxation times, learning and creativeness by the alteration of specific portions of the cognitive machinery regulated by input from the emotive centers. Why should his readers buy into this future? Because the end game is total knowledge, to maintain the species indefinitely. So the book offers a scientific reasoning for this new synthesis, connecting what Wilson saw as common human behaviors to their evolutionary purpose. Some of the noblest traits of mankind, he wrote, including team play, altruism, patriotism, bravery on the field of battle, and so forth, are the genetic products of warfare. Xenophobia can be a political and evolutionary virtue, as is the gendered division of labor. History is replete with the escalation of these processes to the point, and he's talking about xenophobia here, to the point that society breaks down or go to war. No nation, he says, has been completely immune. So the book is its own model of interdisciplinarity, moving between biological, sociological, and anthropological studies. His arguments drew on the work of big names of the time, Orlando Patterson, Margaret Mead. He was very selective about what he took from these studies, but this range of references gave the book a sense of methodological rigor. So there was a lot of excitement around it. It was a genuinely popular science book written for non-specialists, and it's clear, it is very clear about its intentions to bring in readerships who are interested in the bigger questions of human existence, why we do what we do, why society keeps making the mistakes that it does, and how we might get better get better as a species by understanding social desires and responses as mostly chemical and mechanical. But despite the excitement around the book, it was not universally acknowledged that sociobiology was a wise model for interdisciplinary collaboration. The Boston Group's letter begins by situating Wilson's claim in a longer history of biological determinism, and they don't wait long to go in for the kill. In the second paragraph, they say, historically, powerful countries or ruling groups within them have drawn support for the maintenance or extension of their power from these products of the scientific community. These theories provided an important basis for the enactment of sterilization law and restrictive immigration laws by the United States between 1910 and 1930, and also for the eugenic policies which led to the establishment of gas chambers in Nazi Germany. Let's remember that all of this was playing out in the pages not of a science journal, but a publication for review essays, the New York Review of Books. The Boston Group technically were not responding to Wilson, they were responding to a review that had been published in August that year by another evolutionary biologist, a developmental biologist called Conrad Howell Waddington. This original review made it possible for the sociobiology debate to take place in public. I can see why Wilson might have been upset about the Boston Group's accusations. The book doesn't promote the benefits of sterilization or eugenics, and it doesn't endorse xenophobia or sexism. Wilson didn't have the time for a peer-reviewed response. He used the same publication to respond to the response. I feel the actions of Allen et al. Represent the kind of self-righteous vigilantism which not only produces falsehood, but also unjustly hurts individuals, and through that kind of intimidation diminishes the spirit of free inquiry and discussion, crucial to the health of the intellectual community. So I'm really curious about Wilson's use of language here, which corresponds to the worldview that forms the outer limits of human action in his book, in sociobiology. At one extreme of human behavior is warfare and the killing of other groups, and on the other is altruism, putting the interests of others ahead of his own. Altruism is sociobiology's central problem, says Wilson on the first page of the book. What is the evolutionary benefit of giving up one's life or one's chances of biological reproduction if the agent of evolution, natural selection, programs competition for this chance into every life form on Earth? This had been neo-Darwinism's central problem too, and J.B.S. Haldane had solved it via kin selection. I would lay down my life for 2 brothers or 8 siblings. Wilson replaces kin selection with group selection, drawing on earlier work by Maynard Smith. But Wilson's version of group selection is much more sensational than Smith's. He scales up game theory to the way that whole societies are organized. Instead of the individual or the family, Wilson's main evolutionary subject is the nation. Group selection can be scaled up to the composite unity of national interests. It makes sense then that cultural transmission and a diversity of genres would pose a significant challenge to the guarantee of common biological interests. The Boston group listed 5 major revisions to Wilson's argument. Wilson leaps from what might be to what is, shifting his arguments smoothly as they saw it from non-human to human behavior. What separates the two? Cultural transmission, he acknowledges this, but he doesn't really know what to do with this. Is culture inherited from genes or acquired from learning? Have human genes surrendered their primacy in evolution to a non-biological agent, culture? Maybe, maybe not. Perhaps we need an anthropological genetics. The Boston group sees this as a preference for genetic explanations. He applies metaphors of human social subjugation, caste and slavery to insect populations and makes slavery seem natural in human societies, slipping natural process between metaphor and analogy. His argument relies on ad hoc assumptions about the existence of genes for particular behaviors, and there simply isn't evidence for them. Finally, all of this involves a speculative reconstruction of human prehistory on established anthropological subjects, wars of territory and group belonging, the gender divisions of hunter-gatherer societies, and the advantages of genocide. All of these are given biological explanations. So in his response to the Boston group, Wilson describes the letter as not one, but several actions, by which he must mean the group activities of coordination, writing, co-signing, and seeking publication that led up to the letters ending up in the public forum of the NYRB's letter section. Second, these actions represent a kind of self-righteous vigilantism. So these were actions undertaken without official permission, not a pre-decided battle to take place on a particular date. It falls outside legal codes of acceptable warfare. It's a rogue action. Causing individuals unjust hurt suggests that there would have been a way of doing this. There would have been a way of doing this that would have caused harm, but for a just cause. This is not that. And finally, this intimidation is a threat to free inquiry and discussion, he says, and therefore to the health of intellectual community. So to get to the title of this symposium, so he was aware of some of the possible misunderstandings of what he was trying to say in sociobiology, he says. He had already written an article published in the New York Times magazine in August that year, addressing some of these criticisms. Of course, he quotes himself saying in that article, the tendency under certain conditions to conduct warfare against competing groups might well be in our genes, having been advantageous to our Neolithic ancestors, but it could lead to global suicide now. Had I known, he says, that this letter was in preparation, I would have taken this article to Allen et al., and I would have asked for the chance to discuss with them their view of the implications of sociobiology. So what Wilson suggests, this is what I was going to say, what Wilson suggests there sounds a lot like the process of peer review. And I think we can interpret this alternative course of action, a mock peer review, where he would have been given the chance to respond to the Boston group's criticisms, as Wilson's version of how altruism might play out in academic life's more quotidian and utilitarian practices. If the peer review process is about the laying down of ideas in a relatively closed environment, making oneself vulnerable to other people's ideas, data, or arguments, challenging or risking the reduction or dismissal of one's own, then this would be for a higher cause, for the good of the community. Peer review would have been the appropriate place for these concerns to be raised within the established procedures of group consensus. This is a really core value for Wilson because society can't transform itself and the human species cannot surpass itself without it. In the final chapter of sociobiology, he says why this value is so important. Society diversifies and cooperates to create a composite well beyond the capacity of any conceivable organism. I'm going to come back to that quote and say what I think is behind it. Had I known that the Boston group was preparing this response, I would have cooperated with them, he's saying. So Wilson's grammar, if I had known, then I would have done this, is of a lost chance belonging to the unreal past conditional. This is set against the Boston Group's modal obligation. We must take sociobiology seriously, they say, not because we feel it provides a scientific basis for its discussion of human behavior, but because it appears to signal a new wave of biological determinist theories. Wilson's retrospective tone fogs up his argument with a wistful nostalgia for the healthy practices of an intellectual community under sudden threat. If we agree that this vigilantism is the correct way to proceed, then it threatens the model of social cooperation that we've established in academia. And yes, this sometimes means putting one's own interests aside for the sake of the good of the group. By flouting this principle of academic exchange, the Boston Group cannot still consider themselves members of the intellectual community and international community by which Wilson's book is otherwise being read and considered. So this doesn't imply that he would have changed the work if he'd known. The implication seems to have been that if he'd known, he would have attempted to settle the matter in private. So the sociobiology debate set the tone for an ideological war in genetics and evolution that would really last until the end of the Human Genome Project. And it also, I think, anticipates the defense of free inquiry during the first culture wars of the late 1980s and early 1990s. And rather like literary critics defending the study of literature for literature's sake, for the je ne sais quoi, against the guerrilla tactics of post-structuralism, Marxism, psychoanalysis, post-colonial studies, and feminist interpretation, Wilson was defending a particular aesthetic ideal, a culture of grandness, the masculine heroic, against the discomfort of individuals who might have to suffer unfavorable comparisons. I'm paraphrasing Alan Bloom in The Closing of the American Mind. But despite the grim umbrage, Wilson and the sociobiologists won the argument in our techno-scientific contemporary. So I want to spend the rest of this talk discussing this aesthetic ideal that I think that Wilson is defending, and to do this by considering the sociobiology debate as it began in real time. That is, from Waddington's original review in the NYRB. And out of the three, Waddington's discussion of sociobiology is the most like an essay. It's eccentric, it's organized around ideas, doesn't use data, or even a very strong counter-thesis to establish or correct Wilson's claims. It's more a case of death by litoses. He praises the book to the point of contradiction and goes on to unravel its central conceptual misunderstanding. It's not altruism that is the central problem of sociobiology, it's communication. There are many examples of societies where altruistic behavior isn't a common phenomenon. This means that any attempt to scale up from the chemical behavior of insects to the cultural behavior of humans is doomed to failure. And this, Waddington suggests, is not because Wilson is a bad scientist. It's because he's running scared from the philosophers. Waddington didn't have a chance to reply to the Boston Group because he died a month after his review of the book in September 1975. Maybe the Boston Group were working under certain time pressures to put their response together. I'm not sure that all of them read the review in full. And I say this as a point of disagreement with just one of the corrections that they make in their response, that Waddington's review was laudatory. This is not quite the mood of Waddington's first paragraph. His book, Wilson's book, is a formidable work, he concedes, and formidable is a reference to size. If I had to find a single word to describe my feelings when I found on my desk this offering from the New York Review, no fewer than 392 broad-columned galley proofs with a promise of more to come, containing glossary, bibliography, and index, plus, as a small side dish, a work of a mere 200 pages of sophisticated neurobiology, I think the best I could do would be dudgeon. Not high dudgeon, but certainly low dudgeon. Not a promising beginning. He goes on with a somewhat bemused look at the book's first three sentences, with Wilson's reference to Albert Camus. Camus said that the only serious philosophical question is suicide, and that this is wrong, even in the strict sense intended, before jumping across the mid-century to the hypothalamus and the limbic system of the brain. I wouldn't call Waddington's response to these jumps laudatory. He says, before skipping to the end. where he finds Camus again. In a universe divested of illusions and lights, man feels an alien, a stranger. In such a universe, this may be so, concedes Waddington. Wilson's consolation is that we still have another 100 years to get used to this divestment. So, writes Waddington, I applied what capacity for perseverance I possess to try to discover what the intermediate 390 galleys told us to do in this 100 years. More the elder academic humouring the theatrics of a younger colleague than a ringing endorsement. Waddington had to take the book seriously, and he was a sensible choice of reviewer because much of his career had been spent at the intersection of the social and biological human sciences. His first degree was in geology, and Waddington was part of an older generation of human biologists who came before the takeover of 20th century science by the molecular biologist. Even among this generation, he was considered one of its more eccentric minds. He lost credibility for trying to bring theoretical problems of physics and philosophy to bear on biological processes. He had trained as an embryologist and was interested in the development of the embryo in utero. In his 1940 book, Organisers and Genes, he came up with the term epigenetic landscape to describe how the embryo is subject to various disturbances and perturbations after conception, and how this unstable environment influences the activation or silencing of genetic material. The book, Organisers and Genes, draws on Alfred North Whitehead's philosophy of event and Niels Bohr's complementarity principle to give a processual theory of biological development. In a review of Organisers and Genes published in Nature, J.B.S. Haldane describes its author as a critical mind in search of a satisfactory philosophy. I should welcome a book by the author on philosophy in relation to human biology, he said, but I'm not so sure that the discussion sheds much light on the parts played by genes and organisers in development. Haldane's judgment carried heft. As I say, the review was published in Nature, and it effectively exiled Waddington's theory of epigenetic development from scientific relevance. Waddington's analysis of the development of embryos after conception was at best a philosophical curiosity. Haldane had good reason to discredit this. Waddington's theory would have challenged a more rigidly determinist modern synthesis, which was the putting together Darwinian selection and Mendelian inheritance and reducing evolution to changes in gene frequency. And so in the modern synthesis, the principal evolutionary event is the moment of genetic fusion between parents, between parental genes. Waddington was one of 20th century biology's oddballs. His work would start to become relevant again only after the Human Genome Project's failure to deliver the final word of human complexity through sequencing protein coding visible genes. At the time he died, gene sequencing was only just on the horizon of modern biology. After the war, he became involved in the International Biological Programme's section on human adaptability, and his later book, Strategy of the Genes, which was published in 1957, is noticeably much less speculative, and it adopts the language and visual norms of mainstream biology as it became increasingly chemical and mechanical. It remained the case over the course of his career that developmental biology was seen as mostly antagonistic to molecular biology in both its ideological understanding of biological processes and its methods for evaluating this. So when Wilson's book appeared on Waddington's desk, it might at first have promised to make the kinds of biomechanical arguments for the connections between biological process and human development on which Waddington had spent most of his career. These connections might reasonably lead one to think that societies have been produced by evolution. And Waddington acknowledges the ambition of Wilson's aim here to move from a theory of integrative neurophysiology to ethology and physiological psychology to the behavior of populations. That is, the cell function of the brain shapes psychology, which in turn shapes social behavior. The Boston Group's evidence for Waddington's laudatory evaluation might come from his response to whether this aim to synthesize neurophysiology with psychology and social behavior has been successful. He acknowledges Professor Wilson has been extraordinarily successful in providing a major source of information about all aspects of knowledge of social behavior in animals, from the most primitive types, such as corals, through insects, fishes, birds, to the many varieties of mammals and early man. But Waddington's review proceeds by litotes. He starts to protest too much. There is no point in repeating that this is a very good and important book. It is more interesting to get down to particular features in which it seems to me something less than perfect. As the review goes on, sociobiology sounds less dangerous than it does a bit foolish. Waddington's review highlights what Wilson rather surreptitiously leaves out. Why, for instance, exclude the example of protein polymorphism, the many shapes that proteins can take, and its possible consequences for the effectiveness of organisms? And why does Wilson say so quiet on the role of education in transforming human social behavior? What is the genetic basis for learning, if there is any? Waddington is mostly charming in his rebukes. Perhaps this exclusion is a defect of one of his great merits, he muses about Wilson. But when it comes down to it, Wilson is not an anthropologist, nor a human biologist, nor a philosopher. He is an expert in insects. Insects do not communicate in the same way that mammals and humans do. They communicate through chemicals and bodily gestures. So from this pretty polite questioning of methodological competence, Waddington launches his main attack on Wilson. It's a philosophical refutation, not an empirical one. Sociobiology is overstating the importance of altruism and running away from the principal complex social phenomenon across human and non-human worlds, that is, communication. There are examples of human societies that come close to a situation where no individual shows any altruism toward any other. But he says to conceive of a society in which there is no communication among individuals would seem to be a contradiction in terms. It's there in the title of Waddington's review, Mindless Societies. Wilson's book gives a version of a world where the human mind is one more mechanism. Wilson is open about the limits of his interest in the human mind when it comes to social processes. Of course, he acknowledges, genetic biases can be trespassed, passions averted or redirected, and ethics alters, but the mind is not infinitely malleable. And this is where Waddington parts ways with him. His initial bemusement at Wilson's choice to quote and contradict Camus becomes the basis for his critique. Two characters fight it out in sociobiology. One of them is Sisyphus. What's the point in living if you never get anywhere? Asks Camus via Sisyphus. Camus' answer is to live with absurdity in genres of revolt, passion, and freedom, dragging it out or dragging it up as artist, actor, seducer, or rebel. The other character is Wilson's version of a social unit that will drive humanity forward into immortality. Why might people do things that don't gratify their own self-interest, but the progress of the whole group, asks Nietzsche via the Übermensch. Neither Wilson nor Waddington mention Nietzsche, but the Boston group's criticisms warn against the hubristic dangers of scientific justifications for the concept of a world with social arrangements remarkably similar to the one Wilson inhabits. Through Waddington's focus on Wilson's fear of philosophy, Wilson's attempt to renounce the use of words like mind or goal-seeking, Waddington highlights that Wilson's real aim for the next 100 years is to rid the world of absurdity. If cognition can be reduced to a product of neurophysiological wiring, then this makes the study of more complex and partial interplays between structures redundant. It makes thinking about what counts as a significant event between one individual and the next a question of group selection. Waddington's review concludes, I personally think it preferable to have the question of mind out in the daylight and put under inspection, rather than try to hide it away like a guilty secret. This is neither the unreal past conditional nor a modal obligation. The essay ends with the preference of its author, extending, if obliquely, an invitation for psychological self-examination. The Übermensch is conspicuous in his absence across these three essays, but his shadow looms offstage in the Boston group's guerrilla campaign. The Superman I have at heart, that is the first and only thing to me, and not man, says Zarathustra. By man, he means the neighbor, the poorest, the sorriest, the best. Wilson also does not seem all that interested in this version of man. Before returning to Camus at the end of Sociobiology, he writes, to maintain the species indefinitely, we are compelled to drive toward total knowledge, right down to the level of neuron and gene. When we've progressed enough to explain ourselves in these mechanistic terms and the social sciences come to full flower, the result might be hard to accept. Wilson's final comments here seem to anticipate the criticisms that he would have liked to deal with in the closed commons of his own intellectual community. He went on to accuse Science for the People of academic vigilantism in the Journal for the American Institute of Biological Sciences, going point by point through the criticisms and insisting, incorrectly, that with this exception, all reviews of sociobiology by biologists and social scientists understood the book correctly, and none of them has read reactionary political message into it. This was not quite true, depending on how we read Waddington's tone in his review. Outside the closed community of peer review, Waddington makes a play for the imaginative dimension of Wilson's book and the details it leaves out or moves around, and what these omissions and deflections might indicate about its author's resistance to certain ways of knowing human life and the degrees of significance between one event and the next. Objects, as Whitehead would have it, are entities that are formed in human minds as a result of their interaction with nature. What does this mean then for the way that humans conceive evolutionary events? Waddington saw the problem of the book as a psychological blind spot scaled up into a methodological myopia. There is something in here that wants to hide away the mind as if it's a guilty secret. Does the book's insistence on altruism suggest a desire that its reader concede defeat or submit to a superior philosophy? Why evade the cultural sites where opinions are still being formed and where the traits that the book attributes to particular genes, team play, altruism, patriotism, bravery, are given names and values? What's in there that terrifies you so much? Asks Waddington. Go on, confess. That's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Choksi. Your comments about your fascinating story, by the way, to think about peer review in public. I'm thinking about we had a symposium on failure, and that's led me to think about what disagreement or rejection might mean in two ways. One, in a kind of a public peer review, and second, in peer review in private. And I want to tie that to two kinds of disagreement that you talked about. One as a more philosophical disagreement, and second, a sort of a empirical refutation of something. So, in the case of sociobiology, how do you see the weight of both the philosophical sort of disagreement and empirical refutation? What weights do you think they play, and how does this tie into what you call the close-knit community of a private peer review versus a public review?
Yeah, that's a great question. That was really that was what I was trying to muddle through when I was putting this material together. And I've always focused on the empirical disagreements when I've come to this in the past, partly because they're the more famous disagreements, and obviously this was a collective enterprise involving a number of very famous scientists. Waddington. I mean, I went back to the Waddington essay because of its form, actually, and because I was really interested in why it seemed that on neither side seemed to have identified this review as being really, really negative. Actually, I don't think it's laudatory at all. It's incredibly polite, and it's very rhetorically sophisticated, in a way that, I mean, Stephen Jay Gould's a wonderful writer. I'm not sure. Who took the responsibility for writing the Boston Group's initial review, but I mean, it was a collective publication, their response, I should say, to the review. but I mean, Stephen Jay Gould is also an incredibly rhetorically sophisticated writer, but that it's not meant to be an essay in quite the same way that Waddington was intending. So I think the question behind your question is, what does the essay form do in this situation?
Yeah.
What can it do? What's its sort of political power?
Mm-hmm.
I think what it is keeping a space open for questions that still need to be asked. So what the problem of making the case for a lack of empirical data is that it redirects the focus to finding that empirical data, and empirical data is, we'll see later on with the bell curve, can always be manipulated, statistics can always sort of be fudged a bit. What Waddington's doing, I think, is a much bigger challenge, which is to say what you're doing is you're leaving out really big bits of the argument, not only just from empirical data perspective, but also in terms of how objects come into the mind, therefore how the body responds to certain kinds of situations, certain kinds of influence, and how that would necessarily be translated back out again to social behavior. How would you even begin to map those? And it's a very similar question. It's a very similar set of questions to the questions that are now being asked in epigenetics. Actually, how do you map those? How do you map that sort of circle of circulatory influence? It's very difficult to do that, but Wilson was suggesting from his studies on insects that it would be possible to scale that up to humans. So that's sort of an initial answer to that question, but it is sort of, it is the really interesting question about what the essay form is doing, rather than, I mean, I wouldn't say that it's a manifesto or anything, but it's not, the Boston group weren't writing a manifesto, they were writing a point by point peer review style refutation, but publishing it in a public forum. And that was what Wilson took exception to. This should have happened in private. You should have come to me privately. We should have discussed this as colleagues in my office over a cup of tea. I would have told you, I would have told you what I would have told you the version. I would have said what I said in my New York Times magazine article. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
I'll open it up. Do we have questions? Sanchit will pass the mic out.
Yeah, my question is not about the merits of sociobiology as a theory, but rather about how intellectuals operate in the world. And I want to say I was a friend of Edward Wilson. I remember that controversy very well. And I wrote a long article about him, and then we became friends afterwards. I remember one thing he said to me very clearly, verbatim: "Should I only write about ants?" So I want to ask you how you feel about intellectuals operating in a certain way, but in a particular context. This is certainly true in the United States. I won't argue for how it happens in other cultures. As an intellectual becomes more famous, that person is under pressure from publishers and others to write about everything, to go beyond one's expertise, right? I mean, it happened with Stephen Jay Gould, another, a friend, my teacher, Richard Rorty, and so on. Sometimes the intellectual resists it. I don't really know enough. On the other hand, the opportunities are often great, financially and otherwise, right? So I'm curious what you think about that. It seems to me, in regard to the concept of this conference, when an intellectual does take the bait and do that, that person is kind of saying, I now invite you to see me as a peer, you people outside my expertise. I am taking that chance. If I'm wrong, knock me down. If I haven't learned enough, I remember this with another of my teachers, Thomas Kuhn. And you can almost say this about any great philosopher of science, Feyerabend and others. The scientists immediately pouncing, you don't know enough about physics, biology, whatever. And it seems to me that's brave when intellectuals do that. They have to know their stuff. It's a case-by-case matter. I mean, what's my argument? What's my evidence? Push me down if I'm wrong, right? So I'm curious what you think about that actual activity by intellectuals going beyond your official academic expertise, making yourself appear, not in the sense of the House of Lords, as we were talking about last night, but yes, I am now a peer of you as a physicist, even though I'm an entomologist or whatever. Is that acceptable, or you think that that's intellectuals should resist, stick to their academic expertise?
Well, I guess this talk is really about responses to that effort. I mean, that's the genre that I've been looking at. And what's interesting about Waddington is that he'd gone through something very similar with Haldane's review of organizers and genes, where Haldane had said, well, you don't have the chops to bring philosophy and physics to questions of evolutionary biology, and the developmental stages is just not as important as the point of conception. So Waddington had also been accused of essentially sort of eccentric interdisciplinary methods that weren't working and that weren't considered to be rigorous enough. And Haldane also had his reasons for doing that. As I said, he had his reasons for his interests were in promoting the modern synthesis. That was what he wanted to do, and developmental biology was a challenge to this. So, I mean, I think it's a question about the success or failure of interdisciplinary work, in a sense, to ask about going beyond one's sphere of influence, and that's always going to be a risk. In terms of Wilson's response, he doesn't respond to the Boston group by saying, he's not quite saying mea culpa. He's saying, I'm right. You've done this in the wrong way. You've come at me in the wrong way. And by doing that, you've attempted to exclude, you're threatening the health of the intellectual community. And so that, I feel, is the move that Waddington doesn't make, actually, in response to Haldane. And he's always trying to sort of incorporate Haldane into his thinking, and as I say, moves towards sort of, tries to make lots of compromises with molecular biology in the 1950s and 1960s. So it's more a question of the mode of response, I think, that I'm bringing to this talk particularly. I think there are lots of reasons for Wilson's defensiveness, and probably quite justified ones. I mean, they are really, really big accusations that were being made in the Boston group's response. But immediately leaping, I mean, I suppose obviously I'm thinking a lot about what's going on right now in academia and around some of these questions, that immediately leaping to the accusation of vigilantism and you're undermining, this response has undermined sort of the process and possibilities of free inquiry. That's where I think Waddington takes exception, and that's where the Waddington response comes in as a sort of helpful counterpart to say.
Vigilantism wasn't very strong.
Well, exactly. Etiquette is absolutely it, and it brings us back to the etiquette of peer review and what that process is supposed to do, but also in this case where it meets its limits. And I think there's a broader story there about science for the people, and making sure that these debates were happening in public, and they were happening in language that was accessible to non-specialists. So yeah, I'll leave it there. But thank you. That's a really great question.
Hi. So thank you for the wonderful talk. As a student of the subject itself, I always had this opinion that sociology should always show the way to how biology works, right? And I want to draw your attention to Professor Maurizio Meloni's essays. He's from Deakin University, and he calls on for rampant peer-reviewed criticism upon how biology works its ways into the society. And we have seen many examples of how pseudoscience, which promotes nepotistic behavior, inbreeding, and eugenic,
practices, a good example of which would be Nuremberg trials, have played their role into the society. But on the other hand, there have been many instances where people from a particular scientific community or a particular race have been limited in giving their information in the public domain. I am talking about good science here, which can actually help masses, right? In the end, I want to talk about how when intellect becomes influential, as in when you have a certain hold in a scientific community or a social community, you can actually drive the conversation where it's going. And I want to know your opinion on where to condense this, where to draw the line, actually, wherein, in a certain point of view, peer review can help in stopping certain things getting into the society and ultimately harming it. But peer review, when biased with race and other things, could also stop good science from coming into the society. Where do we draw the line? How do we interact and control the influence of the intellectuals? Which, I mean, building upon the conversation you just had.
Mhm. I think, could you give an example? Because I think that would be quite helpful in understanding what you mean by drawing a line. I'm not sure what what that what that would mean in practice.
I am not sure what you what kind of an example you're seeking. I'm not sure about.
But I mean, so is the question is the question about the limits of peer review?
Yes. Publishing a book, rejecting a book. Yes.
Yeah.
That happens a lot.
Yeah. 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 I'm not sure that I'm not sure. I think I'm just not understanding the question. When peer review should and shouldn't happen, I don't know. That's I mean, I can only sort of give a sort of I can only give a local example of I'm sort of bringing a local example to the question of of a moment that exceeded the peer review process, and where peer review then had to happen, was then forced to happen in public, and then the articulation of the need for this to have happened in private was made by the author. So it's a really sort of exciting dramatization of some of the questions of this symposium. I don't think that I could draw a line between. I don't know if you're asking for particular examples or.
I was actually asking for your opinion.
Yeah.
On where to draw the line. What do you think with your experience?
Draw the line between. I'm not sure. Just draw the line between what?
I mean,
particular ideas.
he's suggesting that at one point peer review is helpful in
Yeah.
the sense that if someone's doing bad science in some way, it helps contain that sense of that, nip it at the bud in some way until they improve. But then there are also racialized factors, if I'm understanding it correctly, in how review actually happens. I mean, it's supposed to be double blind in a way, but there are instances where they turned out to be influenced by race in many ways. Someone is told that they're not thinking about this, or they haven't really seen the world in some ways. And those ideas are influenced not just by race, but by gender and other social factors. So even in a blind peer review process, social factors do influence it in many ways. Right. So I'm guessing yeah, yeah, it is a conundrum to some degree because there's some good in it, but there's also something inherently bad built into it. It also depends on how I think you choose who reviews what.
Are you asking me what I think about the peer review process? Is that what you're asking me?
Or how do we improve it in some ways?
I don't know. Sorry, I just don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, there are two
I'm
more
sorry.
questions.
Question which I just wanted to ask you, and that is, do you know anything about the history of peer review? science? When did it start?
It's a really, well, I mean, it's a science, it comes from the sciences.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
because this is,
yeah,
this
it's
is
a
the
process
implication
that
of my
comes out
question
of
is
this,
the
yeah.
migration from the sciences
Into,
into the human sciences and
yeah,
then into literary studies of a process, a procedure
yeah,
that was established. My impression is that it was established under fairly clear protocols about what made for good science. But I'm still, that's a very tentative suggestion. Do you
no,
know
that's right.
anything? Do you know how it
Well,
originated?
basically, it moves from public to private. So it moves from responses to public to published articles that are published alongside those articles, and then it moves in gradually, sort of, I would say, sort of between 1900 and 1930s. Like it's a modernist move into a sort of private situation.
It's a professional situation. It's the point about peers here, that your peers are your fellow scientists. They're
Yeah.
equally qualified, equally professional.
Yes, but in terms of the public response, or the public publishing a paper in Nature, for example, and having other fellow scientists, not necessarily from your discipline, but being able to comment on that in public and in published form, that's sort of the late 19th. That starts happening, and that's late 19th century, and then yeah, absolutely, as there's a kind of gradual professionalization and specialization in the science. It's specialization. That's really the moment at which the professional peer review becomes necessary, because then you need to have fellow specialists commenting on whether the data makes sense, or whether the arguments make sense. So yeah, I mean, it goes hand in hand with specialization. And during this period, and Haldane obviously is one of the people who's part of this, biology becomes more and more specialized. And so it's really the sort of 1950s period. It's really after the double helix that it becomes much less of a sort of composite ragbag sort of bunch of methods being pushed together to this much more formal, calculable statistical science. So I don't want to put it all on the modern synthesis, but certainly it's really a sort of post-war phenomenon. But in terms of the interesting thing that you're raising is the point at which that process becomes private, that process starts taking place behind closed doors, rather than people responding in public, and those responses being published at the end of, I mean, because that happens to Galton, for example, that Galton's publishing stuff on composite portraits in the late 1880s, and people from disciplines that have nothing to do with his are coming back and saying, well, this doesn't quite work, and this, I don't think this is really what you mean by an average, and that's all happening in basically a letters section, the equivalent of a letters section, but attached to, I mean, yeah, there are journals that still try to practice some of this, but it doesn't, it's considered to be a sort of extension of, rather than standard procedure of peer review.
I think there's one more question. Okay, two more. And we'll have to end it after that. You.
Well, thank you for a fascinating talk. This is sort of building on some of the previous questions, but listening to the talk, I was sort of beginning to think about these different kind of genres of review, and in particular the moment that you pointed out, and discussed at length, where Wilson complains that the authors of this letter to the editor of the New York Review of Books should have sort of come to him or consulted with him privately, which I think is, understandable on one level, but also a kind of funny, I don't know, category error, or sort of, I think, a kind of an error of genre, in the sense that, a letter in a letters section of a magazine is designed and intended to address not only the author of the book, but a wider audience, and to kind of as you're saying, perform or model a debate in public. And so anyway, but it also makes me think, and this is sort of picking up again on previous questions, about peer review as this kind of parallel, almost sort of shadow realm of criticism. You know, it's designed to happen sort of in private. It's anonymous. It's not, and it forms. You had this striking phrase, a closed commons. Which sort of captures some of those kind of internal tensions. So I guess trying to identify the question here, I guess curious to know if you have thoughts about these aspects of sort of review and debate and discussion considered as kind of distinct genres of writing, and thinking about peer review alongside letters, and maybe the letter as a form in this case. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I suppose that is one of the questions that I do have. What function is the letter performing in this situation? And in terms of thinking about it as a performance, it's something that can happen at speed. It's something that can happen very, very quickly. So Waddington's review came out in August, and the Boston group got their response together in the same month, which is possibly why they didn't maybe pay as much attention to the rhetoric of the review as they could have done. But the point is that they wanted to make an argument, a case against the book. And it does sound in some way, it does feel like it could have been premeditated, that Waddington's review provides an opportunity for a letter response that can be published relatively quickly, so within a couple of months, as opposed to potentially an essay that or a journal article that has to undergo its own process of peer review and will take much longer potentially to come out. And when it does come out, would come out in Nature or Science, which would reach the scientific community, but which wouldn't necessarily reach the communities who are reading the New York Review of Books. So not just the letters section, but the letters section of this particular publication, I think, plays into it. That there's something about this being a book that will and has very much moved across people who think about cultural processes of transmission and people who think about biological inheritance. And I think the group at this point, and Stephen Jay Gould will go on to write a lot about this, as does Lewontin and as does Richard Evans, that the cultural ideas that we have around science and the way that science works, the way that biology works, also influence how biology is made to happen, and where funding comes from, and which particular areas of scientific inquiry are privileged over others. So it's really important, I suppose, a short answer to your question is it's really important that this debate happens in public. I think for this group of people, the letter form is a way for that to happen quite clearly and quite quickly, and also that it can be published not within the scientific community, but for a broader reading public, and for a public who are reading this alongside other book reviews as well. That this is being assessed as an argument as opposed to just as data. So maybe it sort of slightly contradicts one of the things that I said earlier about that initial review, that the Boston group letter being just empirical refutation, which it is, but it's also being placed in the sphere of sort of debate of idea, free exchange, debate of ideas. So they get to do both at the same time.
Are you good with one more question?
Sure. As long as it's not about what I think about peer review.
What do you think of peer review?
Yeah, thanks. Abolish peer review. No.
So fascinating talk. Thank you for that. Just a comment coming out of something that Carlin said as well, and then a very quick question. And thanks for reminding us about the context of science and empiricism. and also the fact that non-peer-reviewed essays are possible in science. Thanks for that. Um, of course, the one kind of expert that no one trusts, from Plato to Paul de Man, is the writer. I mean, the writer's expertise is proclaimed through the writing of the creative work. Oh, he's a very good writer, but the writer cannot speak as an expert. But that position of suspicion of the writer as an expert who can speak about their expertise is a long tradition. So if the only way the writer can proclaim their expertise is by writing more and writing well. So it's this curious position of a person who doesn't seem to know anything and is an expert at something, or is a practitioner of a form of knowledge that does not count for knowledge. And then this translates into this peculiar world of literary studies, where something is being discussed. But of course, right now, where there was a period when writers did write criticism, and that was not necessarily peer-reviewed criticism, which was influential. What did that kind of criticism comprise if it wasn't an expert's view of what they were doing? So my more pedestrian question is that if empiricism is the root of the role that peer review sort of ensures or guarantees or informs what peer review guarantees, then what is it in the humanities, especially literary studies, that takes the place of empiricism? Is it today? Is it citation? Is it what was called etiquette? And the guerrilla kind of projects that you talked about have been deconstruction, etc., have been taken over, but in what way? But peer review themselves, and completely constrained. So just bringing that back to literary studies.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really rich question. I'll try and answer it succinctly. So I suppose Waddington is functioning in this account as the representative for the humanities, and I think his initial review is really a performance of the non-expert critic having a response, and he doesn't draw on his own. He doesn't draw. What's interesting in that essay is that he doesn't, in the review, is that he doesn't draw on his own expertise as a developmental biologist. I mean, he knew a huge amount about the way that genes work and the way that evolution works. I mean, and he had to know it, as I say, for reasons that I mentioned earlier. But he's really coming at this from his, sort of lifelong interest in pragmatist philosophy and the ways in which he felt that this could be a really helpful model for thinking about. Yeah, I think so too. And this is one of the last things that he wrote as well. And he's coming back to ideas that he's really coming back to his time as a student and encountering Whitehead for the first time. So I see him really making a very polite case for open-ended inquiry and free inquiry, but it is possible still to, I suppose, he's the counter model to the guerrilla tactics of the Boston group, in the sense that he is doing it very politely, so politely that it was missed. It was missed that that people took this to be, on both sides, to be a laudatory review, where it was, I think, a really, powerful rhetorical dismantling of sociobiology, not in terms of its not in terms of its sort of the bulk of its claims about the way that animals communicate with each other, the way that insects communicate with each other, but about these two bookend chapters where he scales that up to man. And I think what Waddington is saying is, not so much that that Wilson is wrong to be bringing this up, but these are personal concerns that Wilson has. These are personal investments. And so, to go back to Colin's question, that's a really big risk, but maybe it's a risk that Wilson hadn't quite acknowledged and doesn't acknowledge in those chapters. That this is a personal preference, really. This is the way that he would like the world to be. He would like it to be the world of the Übermensch rather than the world of Sisyphus. So I'll leave it there. But thank you for that question.
Thank you, Lara, and thank you, Shubham, for a great session, and thank you all for great questions. We'll break for lunch for half an hour, yes. I hope that's not the only thing most of you here are for. So we'll be back in another 30 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for sharing.
All right, welcome back. I hope you're well fed, but not too drowsy. I know that tends to happen after lunch. But we have a very exciting talk by Colin Vanderberg to be chaired by Vedika. The talk is titled Quiet Please, Critics at Work. I'll introduce Vedika. Vedika Kaushal is a doctoral researcher at the Department of English, Shiv Nadar Institution of Eminence. Interested in the broad fields of Indian English literature, spatial and modernist studies, and the urban South Asian city, her doctoral research explores the rise of the modern Indian English novel. She's also a co-host and assistant producer for the SNU English podcast, Thoda Sa Lit, a project she started and produced by her doctoral supervisor, Dr. Chinmay Sharma. I invite Colin and Vedika to take it from here.
Uh, Hi everyone. I hope everybody had a great lunch. Thank you so much, Shubham, for that really nice introduction. Um, I'll just quickly introduce Colin and then we can start with this particular session. Colin Vanderberg is a senior editor at N+1 magazine and a PhD candidate in English at New York University. His research interests include 20th century poetry and poetics, history and theory of literary criticism, modernism, lyric studies, parody, and satire. His talk today, titled Quiet Please, Critics at Work, concerns the institutional and professional crises besetting US literary studies in the context of what have been called the method wars, the public and academic modes of criticism, and current political threats to humanities education in the US. Colin, over to you.
Thank you. Just going to move over. Thank you so much, everyone. It's wonderful to be here all the way from New York City. And thank you, Ahmed, and everyone who organized and hosted the symposium. Thank you, Vedika, for chairing. And thank you to Ashoka University and India International Center. Just a few short disclaimers before I begin. I'm definitely bringing my own American provincialism to this talk. So forgive me, but I'm writing and speaking what I know and where I know it from. And some of the material is quite sort of internal to academic literary studies in the US. Also, in the fullest transparency, this talk is drawn from a review essay that's in progress for N+1 magazine, where I work, but in different form. So you're getting a kind of a director's cut, if you will. And it is, again, necessarily sort of, U.S. Centric. And with all that said, I'll start. The notion of crisis and that of criticism are very closely linked, declared Paul de Man in December 1966 in a lecture at the University of Texas. So much so that one could state that all true criticism occurs in the mode of crisis. For criticism, de Man explained, throws the very, quote, act of writing into question. As a native of Austin, in Texas, home of the university, I savor this picture. The bleeding-edge Belgian deconstructionist on stage, holding forth to a stumped crowd of bow-tied Southern literature professors in what was then a sleepy college town where cattle still grazed a few miles from the state capital. Meanwhile, American universities were fat with federal funding, rising enrollments, and Cold War research largesse. Crisis? Where? Maybe de Man sensed his own incongruity. Speaking of a crisis in criticism in the United States today, one is likely to appear, he coyly noted, out of tone. But de Man pressed his case. The experience of crisis, he said, brings with it a pattern of self-mystification. From the formalists in mid-century English departments to the structuralists then ascendant in France, critics recognized slippery disparities between sign and meaning, but were unwilling or unable to turn this insight back upon their own languages of interpretation. Instead, they searched in vain for a universally valid method of reading. All of us know this, de Man offered generously, but, quote, we know it in the misleading way of a wishful assertion of the opposite. De Man himself also knew a thing or two about mystification. Decades later, he would be posthumously revealed as a career liar and swindler and a wartime hired pen for Belgian fascism. For a while, he also secretly had 2 wives. But in this case, his practitioner's eye for deceit caught something true. Literary criticism needs crisis, feeds on it, even as we let it mislead us. A century ago, when the study of English literature had barely entered the academy, I.A. Richards was already deploring what he called, quote, the chaos of critical theories. Further invocations of crisis and upheaval have attended every moment in the discipline's history. Academic literary criticism was indicted from within as not professional enough, John Crow Ransom, 1938, or too professional, Randall Jarrell, 1952, too fixated on form, Jeffrey Hartman, 1966, or not formalist enough, George Levine, 1994, poorly historicized, Stephen Greenblatt, 1982, or overly historicized, Joseph North, 2017. Quote, criticism has always been in crisis, Andrea Long Chu has written recently, citing a further 350-year span of examples, from Samuel Johnson to Cynthia Ozick. But nowhere in the, quote, perpetual cycle of amnesia and epiphany, she says, have critics paused, quote, to ask whether the purported crisis is real. It was ever thus. Or was it? The latest crisis in literary studies feels different, more spiteful and less fertile, more terminally gloomy, a scene of death throes rather than birth pangs. It can seem that literature professors agree on little beyond a sense that something is irreversibly wrong. At the same time, some demographics are more crisis-prone than others, as the pale, mostly male composition of the list above shows. When a tenured white scholar reaches a certain age, he looks around and feels an urge toward disciplinary diagnosis. The 2020s have so far bought a tetralogy of such major interventions, and these are the books under review. Bruce Robbins's Criticism and Politics, Jonathan Kramnick's Criticism and Truth, and John Guillory's Professing Criticism and its short sequel, On Close Reading. However, and in the background is the young fogey Joseph North, who in 2018 published his seigneurial literary criticism, A Concise Political History, at the tender age of 37. However, unalike in temperament and outlook, these men are united in not letting the current crisis go to waste. Hardly in harmony on every point, their books nevertheless balance each other. Kramnick, a scholar of 18th century British literature, brings a beaded specificity to bear on interpretive method that the others don't attempt. Guillory, who has been the discipline's preeminent diagnostician for 3 decades, insists on densely textured histories over hazy periodizations. And Robbins, an old-school big tent radical of broadly Marxist persuasion, claims political potentials that his contemporaries tend to leave buried. Together they draw a picture of a discipline engaged, or mired, in an almost Cartesian probing of first principles. What do literary critics know, and how do they know it? Each starts, as well, from the premise that criticism's local crisis of purpose is enveloped by a general crisis of institutional reproduction. Even seen from the securest heights, the collapse of academic employment and endangerment of the humanities appear omnipresent and unignorable. These books also enter, whether as peacekeepers or belligerents, the desultory closing skirmishes of what have been called the method wars. Wars is a pathetic word for a 15-year trickle of articles and counter-articles in paywalled journals, some subsequently spun into books, and all exchanged, lately with one senses waning enthusiasm, among a factious cohort of senior scholars. A younger critic, David Kernick, has called the conflict, quote, our method melodramas, but this sounds a little too fun. In contention is the practice and future of critique. This is the key word. In the hands of Marx or Kant, this once proud term described the immanent boring through of a text or idea's inner logic, both to reveal its flaws and open up its uses. Since then, the word has passed through a scrambled chain of rhetorical signals to become a byword for everything allegedly wrong with literary studies. The opening shot was a 2004 essay by the late Bruno Latour, who asked, more in bemusement than anger, why critique had, quote, run out of steam. In Latour's telling, since deconstruction's ascent in the 1970s, academic critics had become trapped in a posture of hermeneutic suspicion toward their texts, which they read with, as Eve Sedgwick put it around the same time, paranoid authority. They excelled at exposing political occlusions and upturning ideological sediment, but in the process they had sucked air, life, and curiosity from their work. They could smoke out the regimes of colonial resource extraction undergirding the country house contretemps in a Jane Austen novel, say, but they couldn't tell you why people love Pride and Prejudice. Moreover, critique had made no dent in the oppressive hierarchies that it aspired to confront. Imperial war, climate change, and financial crisis advanced unabated. The new millennium saw a restless wish for a new strategy, one more generous to its texts, more inviting to novices, and more open to the world. No one has answered this call more ambitiously than Rita Felsky. A noted feminist scholar of modernism at the University of Virginia, Felsky has embarked on a mid-career second act as the leading advocate of a new orientation in literary studies that she and others call post-critique, where the paranoiac norm, quote, looks behind the text, these are Felsky's words, in search of hidden causes, determining conditions, and noxious motives. Felsky proposes that we instead, quote, place ourselves in front of the text, reflecting on what it unfurls, calls forth, makes possible, unquote, in ourselves and others. If critique surgically dissects, then post-critical reading aims to resuture the, quote, co-constitution of texts and readers. Felsky again. Freed from the duty to force our texts onto the operating table or the analyst's couch, we might instead meet them as friends. It was a tantalizing promise. We could solve the crisis simply by bowing out of critique. Other scholars, Robbins most vocal among them, see in post-critique less criticism's final transcendence than its virtual self-abolition. After all, a reading practice that checks causes, conditions, and motives at the door is left with what exactly? While labeled an introduction, Robbins's new book, Criticism and Politics, reads more as a reaction, an explicit rebuke to the Felskian project, and a brusque defense of exactly those commitments post-critique would wave away: ideological scrutiny, social citing, political side-taking. His 2017 takedown of post-critique retains its cruel accuracy. A fully achieved post-critical reading, Robbins writes, would bring, quote, criticism closer to fandom, to a rhetoric of helpful and largely positive advice to the would-be consumer. It's Robbins. Casual readers of academic criticism, not a growth demographic, could well have missed out on all of this. The distended timelines of academic publishing, with its slow carousel of peer review, revision, and further review, give the printed record of these debates an inertial after-image effect. In past decades, interdisciplinary hostilities over theory or canonicity would spill out into the mainstream, as the media frenzy over Alan Bloom's proto-anti-woke 1987 bestseller, The Closing of the American Mind, or Alan Sokal's prank on the high theory journal Social Text in 1996. These were mostly idle outrages, to which the present assaults on curricular diversity and affirmative action are the all-too material sequels. But the method war tempest has stayed safely in its teapot. Post-critique, its most contested category, has no traction outside peer-reviewed pages and stuffy seminar rooms, and increasingly, not even there. Today, no one I know in academia seems to summon much passion, pro or con, for Felskian method talk. We're too busy teaching classes, grading exams, pitching papers, wrangling grants. We're seeking jobs or clinging to the ones we have. In the method wars, the tenured generals huddle in the trenches while the infantry flee the battlefield. Yet post-critique also has few practicing partisans, in large part because no one knows what it actually looks like to, quote, place ourselves in front of the text. One searches JSTOR in vain for a certifiably post-critical reading of any text, high or low, from beloved to wicked. What to read for, what concepts to mobilize, what contexts to surface, how to stage a work's affective pull without surrendering to it, how to narrate readerly formation and affective attachment, this is a sort of keyword for Felsky, without lapsing into memoir or homage, no one has yet built a working model for these self-addressed tasks of the post-critic. This methodological aporia at the center of a notionally method-based discourse gives the whole controversy a tasteless, odorless quality. Method is in the air, but not on the ground. Quote, I find the vagueness of the term post-critical to be its singular strength, Felsky has said. I wish one of my students would try this line in an essay. Jonathan Kramnik, to his credit, sees the disjunction clearly in his book, Criticism and Truth. The method wars, he writes, have not really been about method at all, but rather an occasion for a proxy debate about what sort of attitude critics should bear toward their objects of study, and in turn about how, quote, important it is, quote, to claim relevance for interpretive work at a moment of crisis for the discipline's footing in the academy and the academy's footing in the world. Kramnik's project is to put the method back in method, not as a body of theory, but, quote, a kind of craft, a discipline-specific way of doing criticism more than thinking or talking about it. This matters, Kramnik maintains, because close reading is in practice less a kind of reading than it is a kind of writing. It's at the level of sentence making, quote, that literary humanities tell important truths about the world. Criticism and Truth leads us on a theory-agnostic tour of exegetical passages from living literary scholars in a series of what Kramnik calls, quote, scenes from the everyday life of criticism. Kramnik retains this attractive phrase while conceding that for academics, much of criticism's everyday life is in classrooms and offices rather than in print. Kramnik's authors share no hermeneutic platform or politics, but all exhibit the, quote, skilled practice of in-sentence quotation, as adapted to their interpretive occasions. Mary Fevre on War in William Cooper, Christina Sharp on Black Ontologies in Toni Morrison, Nicholas Dames on Time and Personality in George Eliot. Each author neatly interpolates primary language and secondary analysis, modeling, quote, the elegance of fit between one's words and another's, between a claim and its grip on the world. The real substance of criticism, Kramnik wants to remind us, happens in such modestly scrupulous acts of, quote, quotation and imitation and summary, rather than in the jawing homilies and polemics of method talk. If method talk conjures a star panel of theory heavies crossing swords before a rapt audience, Kramnik instead ushers us through a side door into a basement warren where rows of diligent readers are hunched at their carols under a sign that says, quiet please, critics at work. This plain-spoken, pomp-deflating pragmatism is welcome as far as it goes, which is deliberately not very far. The book can feel uneasily pitched between a specialist handbook and a promotional pamphlet, acknowledging metadisciplinary turmoil while making the work of criticism maximally, blandly approachable. Kramnik is so intent on sidestepping method drama that he too often hides in the wings. Quote, I take no side in these debates, he reassures his peers. I have no desire to change the methods of literary studies. I want only to understand them. And later, quote, I don't want us to change what we do. I want to change how we understand what we do. For a doggedly engagé reader like Bruce Robbins, these shrunken inversions of Marx's famous 11th thesis, that philosophers should not only interpret the world, but change it, represents exactly the problem. Kramnik's reliance on his titular term, truth, which pervades the book, however wholesome, also appears willfully retrograde. You can just hear Damon groaning from hell. Kramnik, a professor at Yale, seems almost to be searching for sturdy verities with which more endangered colleagues in Florida or West Virginia might arm themselves against budget-raiding deans and Trumpist governors. Likewise, his ongoing recourse to figures of craft, handiwork, and artisan labor, the word knack gets a lot of play, makes for cold comfort. After all, nowhere was craft pride more stubborn than among the early 19th century journeymen in incipiently mechanizing industries, weavers, tailors, shoemakers, whose working worlds would, within a lifetime, be all but destroyed. By contrast, the image of the critic that emerges from John Guillory's professing criticism is less one of mocker dexterity than white-collar ennui. His story of American literary studies, since its much narrated, if hazily remembered, theoretical turn, more or less spanning, as it happens, Guillory's own career, appears as a closet drama of dashed hopes, misplaced investments, and unachievable aspirations. From the 1960s onward, he writes, quote, "New social movements provided literary study with specifically political aims, but not the means of their expression in the public sphere. The intellectual offshoots of Black power, women's liberation, and third worldist struggles found institutional shelter in humanities departments and drove new research programs long after the political moment of the 60s had passed. When these originating movements were crushed or dissipated, literary studies turned its political energy inward, taking its textual objects, quote, as surrogates for the social totality." It's Guillory. Of these strategies of surrogacy, the most pervasive is what Guillory calls topicality. Academics privilege, quote, political thematics in teaching and scholarship with outsized hope for their, quote, socially transformative effects. A perverse triple cycle ensues. As professionalization draws scholars further into skilled specialism and out of public life, the remit of textual topicality expands, and the duty to intervene in social totality deepens, even as that totality seems ever further away. This, Guillory says, is the defining deformation, this is his term, of literary scholarship. When the English department is your world, the world starts to look like an English department. With a squint, words like topicality and deformation can look like the laments of a wheezing member of the elbow-patched old guard, grousing about how critics have gotten too political these days. The resemblance surely accounts for both professing criticism's unlikely splash of mainstream coverage in the US and its ambivalent academic reception. But this really isn't Guillory's meaning. His book does not call on scholars to abandon political thematics and restore a prelapsarian formalist order. It only beseeches them to reckon honestly with their tasks and tools. Quote, "The absurdity of the situation should be evident to all of us," he writes at one point with atypical choler, and then this is a long quote from Guillory. "As literary study wanes in public importance, as literature departments shrink in size, as majors in literature decline in numbers, the claims for the criticism of society are ever more overstated. In these circumstances, we ought not to pretend that the university is actually rewarding the political work of scholarship." It's Guillory again. "The most annoying thing about these moments in the book is their icy reality. We're not changing the world. Anyone who has ever emerged from a multi-day academic conference can recognize this truth. As the sun sets on the jetsam of crumpled programs and the custodians vacuum the carpet, you set out for the bus station or the airport and wonder what and whom it was all for. Our counter-ecologies, our archives of resistance, our insurgent epistemologies, what do they do except make a living for ever fewer people every year? Yet for a book so built on para-sociological schemes of disciplines, professions, and institutions, professing criticism gives oddly little of this social texture. Its bid for timelessness sometimes fades into a foggy atemporality. Next to professing criticism, Guillory's new book, On Close Reading, is slight, just 85 pages, but bulked by a mass of long footnotes that form almost a parallel book. Though the title might suggest a how-to guide or pithy summa, its operative word turns out to be on. Close reading itself figures more as an enigmatic depth to be sounded than a practice to be taught. As Guillory points out, the conventional notion of close reading as merely, quote, careful attention to words on the page says little about either its critical value or disciplinary basis. As a technique, close reading was born in a moment of, quote, disciplinary crisis, Guillory says, as literary studies took shape, quote, between competing modes of reading practiced by by critics and literary historians. The theory era's repudiation of the new criticism, a few decades later, marked a similar rupture. But close reading, Guillory says, promises to perdure through changing disciplinary tides. The, quote, hermeneutic tradition, Guillory writes, quote, flows like a jet stream far above close reading's groundwork. Where professing criticism follows the deformation of a discipline, On Close Reading tries to define its bare rudiments. As a disciplinary brief, Guillory's book is unimpeachably learned, stately, and subtle. Pardon me. And written as if in a contest with Cramnik to see who can make the most modest claims for the study of English. Quote, critics are structurally vulnerable to appeals to modesty, Robbins has observed. Quote, we exist, we tell ourselves, because the objects we study are so much greater than ourselves, even if we get something back for this provisional self-abasement. Yet, however tightly drawn its boundaries, Guillory's book fills a striking lacuna in the meta-literature of the English department. As he documents, the term close reading itself was, quote, infrequently invoked until the late 20th century, least of all by the arch-formalist new critics with whom it is now so associated. The point bears underlining. From the mid-1930s to the mid-1960s, Cleanth Brooks, John Crow Ransom, and other context-allergic sonnet fetishists of the GI Bill halcyon almost never explained their work in such terms. That this readily verifiable fact escaped notice for so long points to literary studies' shaky sense of internal historicity. In other humanistic disciplines, even dated or discarded theories serve to frame current research. To write, say, the history of Reconstruction, one must know the Confederate sympathizing Dunning school that dominated historiography of the period a century ago. In philosophy, one can hardly contribute to moral philosophy without engaging Kant's categorical imperative. For the academic literary critic, by contrast, to cast new ideas in old programmatic molds is to court controversy. A combination of institutional inertia and theoretical churn tends to reinforce this recentism. While literary studies is no longer a young discipline, most of its everyday life, as Cramnik would have it, occurs, pardon me, my apologies. While literary studies is no longer a young discipline, most of its everyday life, as Cramnik would have it, occurs in capillary niches of specialization, many of them much newer. More even than in neighboring humanistic disciplines, new work in literary studies arrives name-tagged with one of dozens of novel subspecialties whose theoretical corpora reach back no more than a few decades. New modernist studies, affect theory, infrastructural critique, lyric theory, animal studies, just to name a few random examples. Of course, novelty alone, like specialization, is no vice. If there is lasting life in literary studies, it will be on horizons opened by still new fields, like disability studies and trans studies. But as with artificial intelligence, we can't trust the manufacturers to distinguish epic-making innovations from market-baiting gimmickry. Remember actor network theory? How about thing theory? For all the method warmongering, the progress of academic criticism today looks less like a tale of shifting paradigms or clashing interpretations than of serial conceptual boomlets, each along an analogous arc. A seminal article begets a dedicated conference, begets a special issue, begets 2 major monographs and 10 minor ones, until all are shuffled off into that graveyard of critical movements, the edited volume. The new crises pile up, their angle and scale shifting in a recursive vertigo. We're too paranoid, and not paranoid enough. Our political ambitions reach too far until they suddenly seem too small. We talk endlessly about method, only to discover that we were never really talking about method in the first place. After all the abortive revolts, the half-baked polemics, the dead letter coinages, what have we really won or lost? As most of its combatants would admit, the method wars have staged a bleakly irrelevant sideshow, like a panic over living room decor as the house burns. The house, or its main wing, is the U.S. University as an employer, institution, and habitus of humanities scholarship. Sorry, I had a cold a few days ago. I'm just still a little bit recovering. The U.S. University as an employer, institution, and habitus of humanities scholarship threatened from all sides by near and far dangers. the erosion of tenure lines, the shift to adjunct labor, public disinvestment, administrative bloat, falling undergraduate enrollments, reactionary attacks on faculty freedom and student protest. Fred Moten has said that, quote, the university is a kind of corpse, quote, a dead institutional body. It's more like a zombie, mobile but stiff-limbed, undead but unconscious, lumbering in the dark, hungry for brains. A customary joke among grad students is that this or that rich private university is really a hedge fund or real estate developer that happens to also run a university. Columbia and NYU, the two largest private landowners in New York City, pay almost no property taxes on their multi-billion-dollar portfolios. More true than not, this joke nevertheless misses some of the strangeness of the university as a hybrid institution with competing, confused functions. Any actual asset manager would have long ago bulldozed the literature departments and thrown up a mid-market condo complex called The Novel. Yet literature continues to be studied, taught, and even written there, and while the returns have dwindled to nearly nothing, cultural capital, the title of a landmark book from 1993 by John Guillory, still accrues to the transmission of literary knowledge. With entire language departments in fiscal and existential jeopardy at public universities and small colleges, the darkest prospect for the discipline is not its wholesale dissolution, but its residual subsidy as a loss leader for a few elite schools that can afford it. And so, inside the university, the greatest promise increasingly appears to lie in intellectual life outside the university. From one view, publicly engaged critics have always inhabited the university's margins and interstices. In his revelatory recent book, Outside Literary Studies, Andy Hines profiles a cohort of mid-century Black American writer-scholars, Langston Hughes, Melvin Tolson, Gwendolyn Bennett, and others, whose work challenged the whitewashed aridity of the new criticism. More recently, a poet professor I know did a funny impression of a clueless white provost whining about how hard it is to translate academic research for broad audiences. In the poet professor's own field of Latino studies, he said, scholars of color had been doing just this, allying with political movements and community groups, collaborating with artists and writers for decades, no thanks to their institutions. But the provosts are starting to catch up in their own way. Since the 2009 financial crisis, an expanding constellation of what are called public humanities programs and grants have sought, via multimedia projects, museum exhibitions, online symposia, to open scholarship to non-academic audiences, and, more covertly, to forge parallel career paths for masses of disappointed academic job seekers. The apotheosis of this approach surely came last year with the founding of a new academic journal, peer-reviewed, called Public Humanities. At least it's not paywalled. Good people do valuable work under these auspices, but as a project to democratize the academy, Public Humanities suffers from, to put it in sort of Marxist terms, an incurable idealism, a symptom of crisis that wants to be a solution, a dream of inventing new systems from above and conjuring new publics from below. After journeying under these dark disciplinary clouds, Jonathan Kramnik also looks to the sunny promise of a revived, quote, public-facing criticism, whose, quote, vitality he attributes directly to, quote, the present crisis in higher education. A host of small and mid-sized magazines reliably offer, he writes, work and an audience for scholars marooned by the present employment catastrophe. Yet the university's sheltering function will be hard to replicate. Outside it, Kramnik writes, quote, there is finally nothing for public criticism like the system-wide infrastructure of employment, which, quote, built criticism as we know it. And without internal protocols or outside pressure, even to simulate meritocracy, such livelihoods as can still be made in journalistic criticism run on, quote, a mixture of patronage, connections, and elite bias, Kramnik says, that recalls, quote, the old boy network in its most extreme forms. So whither these parallel cultures, caught in parallel crises? Turned on their head, the strengths of the best journalistic criticism, its rhetorical dynamism, crisp prose, topical veracity, casual erudition, reveal exactly its faults: overheated rhetoric, stylistic preciosity, patchy dilettantism, and flimsy citation. Or in Kramnik's more diplomatic formulation, public, quote, debate, he says, lacks, quote, the archival persistence and citational evolution of scholarly argument. And in turn, the monochrome prose, tunnel vision specialism, and citational exhaustion of academic criticism might only be the underside of sobriety, rigor, and expertise. And all of this says nothing of the vast, unmapped domain of what could be called mass or consumer criticism that now lives on online forums and social media. These infinitely tessellating micropublics of personal taste, however foreshortened, are the nearest thing many people will read, let alone write, to criticism, and they still await comprehensive study. However bendable and blurable, the poles of generalism and specialism remain real, not as a conditioned bondage, but a grounding fact. There really is a choice. You can't read everything, or almost everything, or even more than an infinitesimal fraction of everything. We all choose our fractions. At points they overlap, whether in communion or controversy. Where they don't, we fall back on the faith in others that we call expertise. The consolation of criticism is to know that somewhere, in a faraway fraction, someone is always reading. Criticism and Truth, by Jonathan Kramnik, lifts its title from a short book by Roland Barthes, a fact that Kramnik cheekily leaves unmentioned. The omission is both regrettable and understandable. In Critique et Vérité from 1966, Barthes torques the very ideal of truth that Kramnik wants to play straight. In literature, Barthes writes, what some critics regard as, quote, evident truths are really, quote, only choices. French criticism's post-structuralist vanguard sought to break open those choices, reinterpreting matrices of textual codes and signs which were already themselves interpretations. This so-called nouvelle critique was challenged by the old-line literalists of what Barthes called critical verisimilitude, determined to instead treat texts as facts. For them, Barthes writes acidly, quote, language offers only one certainty, that of banality. But literature itself, he says, quote, is less blasé. It has never ceased commenting on the intolerable character of banal situations. That's Barthes. It is a mode of speech that turns an ordinary relationship among words, quote, into a scandalous one. Barthes' book joined a method war of its own day. It even duly includes a section on the, quote, crisis of commentary that has long since been layered into Critique's fossil record. Yet its swoop and bombast still thrill. One sets aside these new books, so modest, so careful, craving to be scandalized. The intolerable character of banal situations. On Thursday afternoons, I go to a university campus to teach literature to undergraduates. I shuffle along with the crowd, passing slowly through a narrow opening in the metal police barricade that lines the sidewalk. I walk up a set of concrete steps to an even narrower opening in the middle of a high plywood wall erected around a campus plaza where pro-Palestine encampments bloomed last spring. Today the plaza is closed to the public and hidden from the street. It's a place people enter only in order to leave. At the wall, I have to tap my school ID card on a scanner attached to a security booth under the bored gaze of guards in fake cop uniforms. I walk across the wide, unoccupiable plaza to the building entrance, where I have to scan my ID card again. I go downstairs one floor, then another, to the windowless sub-basement classroom where I teach. Mahmoud Khalil is illegally imprisoned in Louisiana. A few days before his kidnapping, $400 million in research funding to Columbia, his former university, was summarily canceled by the Trump administration. A week later, the university fired and expelled the president of the Student Workers Union for his Palestine activism on the day before the union contract negotiations were set to begin. The week after that, the university acceded, without even the pretense of a fight, to the administration's illegal demands to expel student protesters, ban anti-Israel speech, and surrender oversight of its Department of Middle East, South Asian, and African Studies. Today I'm teaching Antigone. As I enter the classroom, students are trickling in, taking their seats, opening laptops, chatting quietly. Soon we'll talk about Antigone and Creon, about family loyalty, public grief, and civil rebellion. When it's time to start class, half the students have yet to arrive, some of them slowed down, perhaps, by the building's double security bottlenecks. Now this, I think to myself, is a scene from the everyday life of criticism. More than to method, craft, or critique, I keep returning to deception, to the truths we feel for blindly, that we reach, as Damon said, only by, quote, a wishful assertion of the opposite. In the US today, even the shoddiest simulacra of progress have stalled. Corporations have canceled diversity initiatives and scrubbed any mention of climate change from their public relations. A demon-eyed, drug-addled billionaire humiliates, fires, starves, and kills people around the world at will while claiming to do nothing of the sort. It's describing Elon Musk, but also, of course, Trump himself. There are men in power trying to remake universities as police precincts, to render the study of social difference unthinkable, and to confine the reading and teaching of literature, where it is possible at all, to the recitation of brain-dead nostalgia. This is not the world that Kramnick's and Guillory's books describe, but it is the world that they inhabit. That we can even pretend to fight wars over method, that we can imagine new tasks for criticism or new defenses of truth in a political culture of such brutality is a melancholy blessing. Will anyone still write books like this, a generation, a decade, a year from now? Will anyone read them? Who will be around to miss our crisis when it's gone? Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. That was a wonderful talk. I think I definitely received a great many insights into certain aspects of specifically thinking about criticism in terms of plurality. There's a response to certain kinds of critical comments on one of Kramnick's books that I was reading about, and he talks about how the singularity of criticism stems from the singularity of literature, something to that extent. And I was just thinking about that while listening to you talk, and you bring a lot of the element of truth in criticism and truth with respect to the everyday life of criticism into a discussion with these books. And I was just wondering if there is a discussion within any of these texts or within the works of the scholars prior to these texts that talk about the plural element of truth, especially in terms of atmospheres of crisis in different kinds of environments, and whether that plays out somehow in criticism's relationship with plural truths, because there is no singular truth, even if we think about singular kinds of literature and singular kinds of critical responses. If there was anything in overlaps to these.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I'm sure that I can't do it justice. But I think, yeah, I mean, when it comes to truth, I of course fixate, I guess, on the book by Jonathan Kramnick that I discussed at length, Criticism and Truth. I think there's something, I guess, backing up, and I hope this sort of came out in the talk. All of these books that I'm reviewing, discussing, are born of and in response to this, again, more overarching sense of crisis pervading academic literary studies, which at one level, as I mentioned at the start, is sort of evergreen, and yet has a particularly kind of immediate and urgent quality to it at this current political moment. And so I think the turn to truth for someone like Kramnick, as I say, is certainly well-intentioned and I think not sort of, not without value effort to make a kind of, again, sort of accessible and plain-spoken case for the professional value and maybe the social utility of literary studies conceived as a profession and as a discipline with its own distinct sort of credentials and professional protocols, and to insist basically, I think actually in some ways, against the notion, well, and Kramnik is a little bit slippery on this. I don't know that he's opposed to the idea of plural truths or even sort of incommensurable truths. And he sort of insists at various points that he's not offering a kind of, reductive or positivist, as he says, account of a singular sort of objective truth that can be sort of extracted from texts. But not all sort of reviewers of the book have been sort of convinced. But I think. But in both that book and certainly in the books by John Guillory, again, there's been this kind of return to or recourse to the most sort of elementary, seeking to define when all of again the kind of methodological maybe fads would be too maybe too harsh, but the sort of passing trends and sort of paradigms in literary criticism are sort of stripped away. What is the kind of elementary defining act or activity and professional kind of practice of literary critics? What do they do and why does it matter? And so both of these books by Jonathan Kramnik and John Guillory are engaged in that, again, that kind of turn to first principles. And I guess my last thought, and this is mentioned in a longer version of the piece, and I trimmed it out for today's talk, but there was a recent article in the Chronicle of Higher Education by Simon During that sort of labeled Kramnik's and Guillory's and a host of other recent books that are part of this larger kind of turn toward, again, the sort of disciplinary diagnosis as representing a kind of conservative turn in literary studies, but I don't think that's quite right. And I guess that's sort of one motivating aspect of this talk is that I don't see the turn to things like close reading, which is the subject of John Guillory's most recent book, and which is also this concept of close reading, which has been sort of inherited but left sort of unexamined for a long time until the last decade or so by U.S. scholars. I think the turn to again these sort of elementary aspects of close reading or even terms like truth, are an effort not to sort of retrench or return to again a sort of older order so much as again a kind of symptom and expression of again this sense of crisis, of exhaustion, and trying to I think reclaim again just what it is that the literary humanities can contribute. So that really sort of circled around your question, but those are some thoughts.
Thank you so much. It's just it's a lot of these concepts sort of overlap and come together, and it's a lot to think about when you think about criticism and what it can do for literary studies and what literary studies can do in terms of contributing to critical thought and how it ties into the political environments, especially in institutionalized spaces and all of that. I would now like to open the discussion up for comments and questions from the audience.
Oh. Hi. I really loved your talk. I think I laughed the loudest. You might have heard me. The first is a response. I think there is a magazine that I can think of which operates from what Felsky calls the post-critique phase. I think it's the Point magazine, and Felsky and Toril Moy, they have written for it. But this is not about them. I wanted to ask you, do you during discussions with your, with people around you from other literature departments, do you hear of similar anxieties of the kind you mentioned? And why do you think writers from what is being called the public humanities were celebrating Guillory's book in the way the New Yorker, the New York Times, and so many places? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you I'm glad you enjoyed it, and thank you for the question. I think, yeah, I mean, I guess just sort of pausing for a moment, I don't want to suggest that there's sort of nothing that could be called, the public humanities, or that it's purely a kind of, fiction or sort of, unrealizable utopia. But I think there's this kind of ironic, and this is only sort of kind of obliquely related to your question, but I think there's this sort of ironic effort to institutionalize the public humanities in this sort of top-down way that seems so counter to the spirit of the project, and also I think at the same time, as I mentioned, I think is sort of um, um, forgetful of, or maybe simply ignorant of, again, these longer histories of writers and scholars who have always, again, sort of existed and worked sort of on the margins of the university. But I think, yeah, I think that so, and I don't know, and again, I'm bringing my own sort of the limits of my own knowledge to the question. I don't know sort of how much John Guillory's book registered outside the U.S., but certainly, yeah, as you say, within the kind of sorry, I'm getting a little bit of squeakiness here. I think within the sort of what we might call sort of legacy media, these sort of, major sort of middle-brow magazines and newspapers, exactly as you say, it received a flurry of coverage. I think some of which was sort of misplaced, not in the sense that the book doesn't deserve to be read and discussed, but I think there's this kind of, and again, I don't know how much this exists elsewhere, but in the U.S. at least, there's this sort of archetype of, I think, again, the sort of tweedy, gray eminence of academia, who's sort of disaffected with the state of his discipline, who's sort of lashing out in a kind of in the sort of winter of his career, right, toward the declining state of his discipline. And I think. So I think there was a kind of presumption that Guillory's book was like that, and I guess as I try to argue, I think it's actually something subtler and more interesting than that. If ultimately, for me, sort of raising as many questions as it addresses, but yeah, and I think I'm just puzzling through the question as well, and this is a sort of larger theme that's discussed more in again a kind of fuller version of this piece, and this is something that we've already sort of been exploring together, is the kind of shifting boundaries where they exist at all between sort of public and academic criticism of how academic work can inform public debate, and vice versa. And this is actually something that Kramnik writes about quite a bit near the end of his book, Criticism and the Truth, about how the kind of the sort of traffic between the two is actually, in his account, fairly one-directional, that there are scholars who write, sometimes brilliantly, for wider public audiences, and can sort of adapt and represent theirs and others' work in these sort of public forums. But the current doesn't really run the other way, that academic criticism can feel often so sort of insulated and almost sort of guarded against sort of influences from, what I call journalistic criticism or book reviewing, which at the same time, as I again discuss, is if anything, no less beset by its own sort of institutional erosion and crises. So it's a multi-layered sort of conjuncture. But yeah, thank you for the question.
Can we get the mic over here?
First I want to say beautifully written, sardonic, trenchant. I can't wait to read the longer piece. Great job. But I want to bring you down a little bit to that world of book reviewing you just talked about as somebody who edited a book review for 25 years, and to think about criticism in the book review. So I could care less about Roland Barthes, view of truth. If he had looked left and right, he wouldn't have been killed by a laundry truck. I have a certain respect for fact, and as a journalist, I have a very great respect for truth and catching it in the daily paper and so on. As a book review editor, my general view was that scholars couldn't report and journalists couldn't think. And so I often would have the case of, I'll give you one example. I once assigned a biography of Margaret Mead by Jane Howard to the great anthropologist Colin Turnbull. When the review came in, if you didn't know who Margaret Mead was at the beginning, you wouldn't know at the end. We had to rewrite the whole thing, right? And often from a journalist, you'd get fact, 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 this is what the book says, and so on. Now, as great an intellectual as Robert Nozick once stood up at a meeting we had with the National Book Critics Circle and said, I read book reviews because I want to know what the hell the book says. And then I can decide if I want to read the book. So I'm curious what your attitude is, because, it is a melancholy view that you give in your piece about criticism in the basic book review that tells us what a book says and then reacts to it, takes it apart if it's a bad book, a bad sociobiology book, or so on. It doesn't seem to me we need to be so melancholy, because particularly in an era where book reviews, as you noted, are disappearing, critics are disappearing in the ordinary journalistic world, people in book publishing are desperate for their books to be noticed, to be reported on. So I'm just curious, are you as melancholy about that world, leaving aside just the diminution of critics and so on, but the basic genre, are you as melancholy about that as perhaps higher academic literary criticism?
Yeah, thank you for that question as well. Yeah, I'd have to reflect more to sort of quantify my level of melancholy about book reviewing. But I think yeah, it's fascinating, and this is something that again I think I only sort of gesture at in the piece and want to think more about. But again, the way that these kind of crudely, you could characterize them as these sort of two cultures of criticism, again, are beset by these sort of analogous, but also, very distinct sort of crises and threats. But I think, and the two of us were sort of casually discussing this earlier. I think the wholesale cutting of review sections in major newspapers in the U.S. and the attrition of book reviewing professionally and editorially is certainly, I think, a crisis. I think it's in some ways been a more diffuse or slower, at least sort of speaking largely from the outside. Maybe it can appear as a sort of slower or more diffuse kind of crisis. But as but yeah, I think, and I think too, one of the things that I'm sort of wrestling with is that, so I've talked a lot in the talk about the so-called method wars in U.S. literary studies, which, as I say, I think have been often more kind of confusing than illuminating. But I think at the same time, at least we get to have method wars, you could say. Whereas I think in book reviewing, just the kind of internal, external pressures are such that there's not, the same. And I think, one need not, I think, care necessarily about Barth to want to kind of reflect on, I think what are the sort of missions and possibilities of, book reviewing for a wide audience. But certainly I think there are excellent and brilliant critics working primarily as book reviewers, in magazines and newspapers. But I think I don't know. Again, I think there's a kind of failure of sort of mutual recognition between these two. Again, speaking very kind of reductively, these two sort of cultures or spheres of criticism that they have. And this is, of course, I'm not not the first person to say this, but they have, I think, still much more to learn from each other. So once again, not conclusively answering your question, but I want to think more about it for sure.
Can we get the mic over the back?
Thank you so much for the paper, which I enjoyed. I also was laughing a lot. And I really appreciated the very powerful scene of teaching that you ended with on a militarized campus. So I suppose maybe my question follows on from the last question. I was thinking about anti-method, actually. I was thinking about moments of a sort of genealogy of anti-method that maybe we could think about Gramsci and the prison notebooks. And then I was thinking about Baraka's flight to Harlem after the assassination of Malcolm X. So anti-method in situations of extreme disenfranchisement, I guess. And I was thinking about what actually really came across to me was not the figure of the grumpy old white male professor, but actually the exhaustion of academia as a space in which as its own space of flight for folks who might otherwise have careers in the arts. So I think that the level of precarity now that you describe and that I very much, I share your experience of it in lots of ways, also means that there's an exhaustion of the academic monograph as a, as a space in which to think things through. And I think one of the ways that has manifested in it is in a nostalgia for the 1960s and 70s and the kinds of critique that that decade produced. So what's my question? I think my question is about what possibility there is for sort of new imagined congregations at this point, just to sort of move from the laboratory model to the ecclesiastical model, I suppose. Thinking about Baraka creating new community in through the Black Arts movement and all of the kinds of all of the poetics that not necessarily him, but that community made possible. And yeah, I guess it's a question about hope and anti-method and whether there is any really. So yeah, thanks for an amazing paper. Really enjoyed it.
Great, yeah. Well, thank you for that question, and not least because it sort of brings us into one of my sort of lanes in my academic research, which is very much about that kind of resistance or opposition to method or even to criticism itself. And I think, well, one of the sort of first ironies is that a kind of notional sort of disclaiming of method was kind of present even at the sort of the kind of foundation almost of sort of Anglophone literary criticism. I mean, someone like I.A. Richards, who I mentioned briefly in the piece and have studied more extensively academically, writing in one of his early books, like Principles of Literary Criticism, insists that he has no method, and that he doesn't want to impose any method on criticism, even, again, as he's ironically remembered as almost kind of inaugurating sort of methods of close reading and textual analysis. So there's that side to it, sort of on the inside. And then on the outside, I really have to credit this book, which I also shouted out in the talk by Andy Hines, Outside Literary Studies, which is kind of exactly on this set of issues that you're raising, and it includes these really like inventive, virtuoso readings of things like, Langston Hughes, the great Harlem Renaissance poet and writer and critic, was brought before a subcommittee of the House Un-American Activities Committee, the McCarthyist Red Scare entity in the 1950s, and demanded to describe his alleged communist affiliations. But Andy Hines in this book reads Hughes's testimony, in which of course he refuses kind of the very terms of the question and declines to answer, but gives this quite sort of eloquent response. But he presents that as sort of and this is Andy Hines, as sort of offering a kind of counter method or sort of an alternative, almost interpretational mode to, again, the kind of narrow formalism of the new criticism. And again, I don't know, I have to confess, I don't know how sort of recognizable all these terms are outside the US, but I think but anyway, that I guess all this to sort of suggest that, yeah, I think that sort of resistance to dominant methods and even the kind of rejection of method is an enduring one. And yeah, I want to think more. I hadn't sort of put that in conversation with someone like Baraka, but it's very much again continuous with something like Heinz's book, and so I think that maybe I'll leave it there, but I want to continue to think about all of these questions, definitely.
I think we are out of time, or are we good for one more question?
We're out of time
Oh, we're out.
here,
Okay.
but we're taking a 10-minute tea break where we can keep talking. Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Vedika, and thank you all for your questions. and visiting faculty of performing arts at Ashoka University. He has degrees in literature, translation, and writing from Ashoka and Oxford, where he was supported by a Rhodes Scholarship. His essays have appeared in Women's Studies and Scroll, for the Books and Ideas section of which he irregularly contributes. His translations from Kannada to English, a collection of short stories by Vasudhendra, and Vivek Shanbag's novel On One Side, The Sea are underway. Vignesh, over to you.
Thanks, Shubham. I did not know my bio was going to be read out. I wouldn't have sent it to you at all. Thanks for sticking around, everyone. And it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the last of today's sessions at this symposium, today's sessions. At this symposium on the non-peer-reviewed essay. Let me begin by introducing our speaker, Brian Dillon, who is, as you now know, is joining us online and couldn't be here for personal reasons. Brian Dillon was born in Dublin in 1969. His books include The Great Explosion, which was shortlisted for the Ondaatje Prize, Objects in This Mirror Essays, and I'm reading the titles very slowly because of how inviting and curiosity-inducing they are. So it's not, I'm not simply going through the bio. Okay? I am sitting in a room, that's the other title, Sanctuary, Tormented Hope, 9 Hypochondriac Lives, which was shortlisted for the Wellcome Book Prize, and In the Dark Room. The thing is, describing these books would perhaps induce more curiosity, but owing to a lack of time, I'm only going to tell you briefly about his most recent 3, which one could think of as a trilogy. Essayism is a book of essays on essays and essayists on what the genre can be, and uses the word essayism to approximate, as one of the arguments of these essays are that one can't actually do this task, one can only approximate the kind of writing and thinking patterns of essays. Suppose a Sentence, the second book in what I'm calling a trilogy, gathers 27 short essays on a single sentence, sentences that have stayed with Brian, or perhaps more accurately, sentences that Brian has stayed with, and to think of the style, the function, and the reason that the sentence has stayed with him. And Affinities, the last of these, is both a book on artists or visual art that Brian admires and lives with, and about finding a language to describe how objects that are otherwise disparate form a network in an individual's life, but not only in an individual's life, in an individual's work. A network that is less deliberate and controlled than what we might put together for a research project, and a network that is not necessarily as actively impacting us as when we use the word influence. So these are the 3 books that I just wanted to give a brief description of. And what I have found most fascinating about Brian's work is how formally thoughtful they are, both in the sense that there is already a sense that this writer is thinking why this genre, but also plumbing the possibilities of the form that he's writing in to such an extent that it is itself by implication an argument for the genre. He has also written for The Guardian, New York Times, New Yorker, New York Review of Books, Frieze and Art Forum. He's curated exhibitions for Tate and Hayward Galleries, and he lives in London. I'm going to stop there and say over to you, Brian. We're very excited to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction. I hope, and thank you for those of you who've stayed for this last session, for persevering with the awkwardness of the online presence. I'm very sorry not to be with you for this fascinating symposium. I was watching before the break and listening to perhaps the last 10 minutes or so of Colin Vanderberg's talk and the subsequent discussion, which I found deeply interesting, partly because I have actually been thinking about what has been called a kind of crisis of criticism or the humanities in an American context. And in fact, I'm reviewing John Guillory's most recent book, which is about close reading. And I'm very interested in this turn towards the broader kind of turn towards a kind of aesthetic criticism, but also what seems actually kind of quite a prevalent defense of close, slow, or attentive reading. And I guess this is something that I have some sympathy with or for. And my book, Suppose a Sentence, is probably the best example of that. But I'm also, to some degree, quite suspicious of the fetishization and possibly excessive valorization of that mode of attention. And so what I'm about to do, I hope, for the next 45 minutes or so, is partly a kind of argument about critical attention. But I hope, and I guess that we'll get to this in discussion at the end, I hope that it's not I hope that it's not a kind of fetishizing of what has been familiar over many decades as a kind of close reading as somehow an answer to our current critical sense of crisis or malaise or indeed melancholy. The second reason that I was really interested in Colin's talk and the question and answer at the end was that I suppose to some degree I am one of those writers who inhabits that space between the academy and what we seem nowadays to be calling a kind of public humanities, or in a curious phrase that I've heard, especially in US academic contexts, but also where I teach and write in the UK, something called public writing. It seems to me that mode or that position somewhere between the academy and a kind of journalistic criticism has been around for much longer than is currently claimed in some contexts. And one name for it, of course, is the essay, or as I've said in the title of one of my books and the kind of guiding principle in that book, a kind of essayism. And I suppose what I want to do this afternoon or my morning here in London is to spend a little bit of time thinking through what that term might mean in a contemporary context. And to do that by tracing, and I'm going to read a little bit from some of, possibly actually from all of the three books that were mentioned earlier, to trace a metaphor or a set of metaphors or images that seem to me to allow us to think about what the essay might be now, what it might be capable of. I'm going to invoke Roland Barthes a couple of times. I'm not going to make jokes about the poor man's death, but I'm going to suggest that in what follows, one of the kind of guiding principles for me as a writer is a claim or a point that Barthes makes in his curious little autobiography, Roland Barthes by Roland Barthes, where he describes writing as the transformation of concepts into metaphors. And so I want to trace a metaphor which is essentially something to do with dispersal, to do with fragments and fragmentation, to do with a kind of collage, and at a kind of base material level, something to do with dust, with something friable and flying apart. And this is one of the ways in which in essayism I think about the essay. This is also a story in a way, a very personal story in a sense, about how one might become an essayist without initially, and I think that this is true of many essayists, including great essayists whom I revere and write about, that the essay doesn't necessarily arrive from a self-conscious position of considering oneself an essay. In fact, an essayist. In fact, I think it's very rare for great essays to be written from a position setting out to write within that constraint or genre or form. Essays come from all directions. Essays emerge from a writing that considers itself poetic or creative, to use a weaker word, from writing that considers itself journalistic or partaking in a kind of reportage. And of course, essays or essayism arrives from strictly academic writing and not necessarily from writing that inhabits that vaguer and, for some of us, maybe more productive position between the academy and the rest. And so for me, Barthes was my introduction to what an essay or essayist might be capable of, without my having any particular sense that the essay was even a literary form. It was something that, growing up in Ireland, having a literary education at school, was well in the past. The essay belonged to the 18th and 19th century. The essay was Hazlitt, De Quincey, Lamb, and so on. And so when I came to, and I'm just going to share my screen for the first time here, so bear with me if you can, and let's hope that this actually works out. So I hope that what you're seeing is the first slide with title, slightly different from the title announced. And this is the essay that I'm just going to read you a little passage from here. It's the third meaning from 1970, which Barthes refers to, I think, in the subtitle as Research Notes on Some Eisenstein Stills. And as many people will know, this is the essay in which Barthes sets out initially 3 levels of meaning or significance or meaning making in a photograph or a photogram, a film still in this case. The first is simply an informational level, he says, which gathers together everything I can learn from the setting, costumes, characters, their relations, their insertion in an anecdote, and so on. The second level is symbolic. In the first image, grainy little black and white image, I realize, in the top left, from Ivan the Terrible, a symbolic level, which is the downpour of gold and which is itself stratified. There is the referential symbolism, the imperial ritual of baptism by gold. There is the diegetic symbolism, the theme of gold, of wealth in Ivan the Terrible, and so on. Informational, symbolic, and then Barthes asks, is that all? And here I'm just going to move on to some of these stills. Is that all? Asks Barthes. No. For I'm still held by the image. I read, I receive, and probably even first and foremost, a third meaning, evident, erratic, obstinate. I do not know what its signified is. At least I am unable to give it a name, but I can see clearly the traits, the signifying accidents of which this, consequently incomplete, sign is composed. A certain compactness of the courtier's makeup, thick and insistent for the one, smooth and distinguished for the other. The former's stupid nose, the latter's finely traced eyebrows, his lank blondness, his faded pale complexion, the affected flatness of his hairstyle suggestive of a wig, the touching up of the chalky foundation talc with face powder. We'll come back to powder in a while. I read that passage first when I was about 15 and kept going back to the library to get this book out many, many times because I failed to understand most of what Barthes was doing. But I was attracted to 2 things. And the first was the sense that one might tabulate or inventory the levels of meaning in a text or in an image or an object or a piece of music. That, in other words, there was a controlling and rational and critically suspicious, subversive even, impulse at work here. But second, that there was a kind of seduction going on, that Barthes, despite himself, despite his theoretical acuity, was also held, to use the word that he always employs here, by certain details, not just details. In his later book, Camera Lucida, the punctum is better known. The detail that kind of insists or emerges from an image. Here, in the earlier essay, it's not so much detail as a kind of texture or atmosphere. And I wonder if having read that when I was very young, and it was my introduction, I suppose, to the field of what was then known as theory with a capital T, I wonder whether this passage hung around in the back of my mind without my really knowing when I set out to be a writer, as opposed to an academic. On the other side of a university education in English and philosophy, at the height, I suppose, of a version of the theory wars that had occurred in other contexts and other cultures much earlier in the 60s and 70s. Ireland had its theory wars in the late 80s, and it had its theory wars precisely in the English department where I was studying at University College Dublin. I saw, I suppose, initially a writer like Barthes as a kind of introduction to a field of possibility and promise that by the end of my time as a grad student, a PhD that I undertook in the early 90s and finished in the late 90s, I felt somehow as if that promise had been exhausted. I was not necessarily correct in that, but I turned to a different kind of writing. And again, I'm just going to share. A kind of writing that was more directly personal, but drawing on everything that I had learned about how to read a text and how to read an image. And so one of the books that was mentioned earlier is In the Dark Room, which is a memoir about my own family, about the early deaths of my parents when I was a teenager. This is not my immediate family. This is my grandparents and my mother sitting on my grandmother's knee on the left. And I suppose that Barthes, much more melancholic, to use a word that will probably come back time and again here, his more melancholic writing about the photograph in Camera Lucida was a kind of key reference point for me in writing this book, which was partly about attempting to reconstruct certain memories, certain experiences of my parents and their illnesses and deaths from photographs. And partly that meant treating those images as if they were a kind of archival reserve or reservoir, but at the same time, engaging in a degree of invention. So the book includes, for example, this image, which looks precisely like my mother at, I think this is at Lourdes in France, where she would go regularly to, like all visitors to Lourdes, in the hope of cure, in the hope of some kind of alleviation of physical and mental symptoms and so on. But this isn't my mother. This is a random image that I discovered in a junk shop in the southeast of England, a collection of slides in which was this image that looks precisely from the back like my mother as she looked in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s. So the book is very much kind of within that slightly later Barthesian melancholic approach to the photograph as something that, as Barthes says, the photograph shows us flat death. Now, at the time, and I'm talking here about 20 years ago, and here is just a kind of attempt to place this kind of writing in relation to an idea of the essay. It wasn't really possible. In retrospect, I realize it wasn't really possible in a British literary context. This book was published by a British publisher, Penguin, but in their Irish imprint. So I was an Irish writer living in the UK. It wasn't really possible at that stage to propose oneself as a writer as precisely an essayist. The kind of construction of the essayist that existed then and exists still in its complex, sometimes disparaged and sometimes celebrated ways in the US, for example, simply did not exist in the UK at that point. And so in terms of genre and in terms of form, one had to orient oneself instead towards an idea of memoir, an idea of non-fiction, although that wasn't even really a term that was very much in play at that stage, and for or against an idea of confession, I guess. And one of the things that I now realize about that particular book was that I shied away from calling it a memoir for reasons that are obscure to me now, but I had no idea that it was possible to propose it as an essay. And I say this only because it became obvious some years later, I would say around 2010 to 2015, that an idea of the essay and an idea of something that one might call essayism had started to be talked about in literary and also artistic contexts. And as a writer about literature, a book reviewer, a critic, and also a writer about art, I was intensely interested in what this essayism might mean at that point. This is a decade and more ago. And so in this book, Essayism, I tried to kind of canvass various definitions of the essay and hit upon early in my research, but early in the book also, a passage from Jan Starobinski, which I'm just going to give you briefly. I'm just going to read this little passage from Essayism. According to the Swiss critic Jan Starobinski in his 1983 article, Can One Define the Essay? Essaye dates to the 12th century, and it comes from the Latin base exagium, meaning a scale. So, Starobinski says, to try derives from exagiare, which signifies to weigh. In proximity to this term, we find examen, needle, long, narrow strip on the beam of the scale. Thus follows weighted consideration, control. In other words, the essay is first of all a type of measurement or judgment, not so much a test of itself, of its own powers or its author's powers, as a weighing of something outside of itself. Essaying, that is to say, is assaying. It's also historically meant a flourish, a preamble, and an example. Also, oddly, the breast or brisket of a deer. But these needles, the precision instruments with which the nascent essay is meant to do its work, at least according to etymological legend, now start to proliferate. And here's Starobinski again. Another meaning of examen designates a swarm of bees, a flock of birds. The common etymology would be the verb exigo, to push out, to chase, then to demand. How enticing if the nuclear meaning of today's words had to result from their meaning in a distant past. The essay might as well be the demanding weighing, the thoughtful examination, but also the verbal swarm from which one liberates development. And I was very struck by this idea of the essay as a swarm, as a flock, as a gathering in motion. And the image that you're looking at, by the way, is from a very popular postcard from the 1850s showing the flight of pigeons from the palace. And it's a famous moment when pigeons were released from the Crystal Palace in London during the Great Exhibition of 1852. Starobinsky's idea that the essay is a kind of flock or a swarm or a horde seems to me on the right track. And I simply, in a way, want to kind of track this idea, this metaphor, this image of proliferation, of disparateness in motion, of a kind of inchoate community moving in unpredictable ways. That seems to me to map onto something to do with the essay's proximity to and attachment to the fragment, as well as to its curiosity was a word that came up in the introduction, as well as to its commitment to a curious or diverse attitude to subject matter. The essay is a kind of dispersion. Here's another passage that maybe expands a little bit on that. This is to do with Virginia Woolf. And the image that you're looking at is from the British Empire exhibition, 1924, on dispersal. In 1924, Virginia Woolf visited the British Empire exhibition at Wembley with its palaces of industry, arts, and engineering, its screw-driven, never-stop railway, and its stadium, later home to the English football team. What she saw was a triumph of artifice to the point of oppression. And here's Woolf. The area was too small, the light too brilliant. If a single real moth strayed in to dally with the arc lamps, he was at once transformed into a dizzy reveller. If a laburnum tree shook her tassels, spangles of limelight floated in the violet and crimson air. Everything was intoxicated and transformed. Despite the imperial swagger, says Woolf in her essay Thunder at Wembley, and notwithstanding the £12 million spent on mounting the exhibition, the spectacle is a kind of failure. Nature will have its way, just as history will have its way with the real empire, with domes, palaces, minarets, and pagodas. A storm is blowing at the edges of the site, invading ordered precincts devoted to entertainment and instruction. The massed bands of empire are marching towards the second city that the exhibition has raised on the outskirts of London, but dust swirls after them and some appalling catastrophe impends. Here's Woolf's essay again. The sky is livid, lurid, sulphurine. It is in violent commotion. It is whirling waterspouts of clouds into the air of dust in the exhibition. Dust swirls down the avenues, hisses and hurries like erected cobras round the corners. Pagodas are dissolved in dust. Ferro-concrete is fallible. Colonies are perishing and dispersing in spray of inconceivable beauty and terror which some malignant power illuminates. Ash and violet are the colors of its decay. This passage reminds me immediately of Walter Benjamin in his thesis on the philosophy of history. And I think I have a quote. Yes, the very, very famous and overquoted passage from the thesis, a storm is blowing in from paradise. It has got caught in his wings with such violence that the angel can no longer close them. The storm irresistibly propels him into the future, to which his back is turned, while the pile of debris before him grows skyward. This storm is what we call progress. I think that you could make a kind of genealogy of dust and dispersal, of clouds, whether pure or polluting, of fog and mist, and friable or powdered substances, materials, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries that would intersect with a particular kind of visionary essay. Woolf is a really good example of this. Those kinds of images, that kind of imagery is everywhere in her fiction. When I wrote in Essayism that it seemed as if there was a kind of aesthetics and maybe also a politics of fog or mist in Woolf, it was a kind of hunch. And I'm very thankful that 12 years later, every time I open a novel by Woolf, I find more mist, more fog, more particles, more dust. So I'm glad I'm on the right track. But the point here is I think that there is a sense in which that preoccupation with dispersal mimics or mirrors something in the form of the essay, or the possibility, the potential of the essay itself. And I would trace this back through Benjamin, back through Woolf, to John Ruskin, as I do in, I think, at least two of these books in the so-called trilogy. But the example from Ruskin is from this extraordinary essay, or lecture rather, from 1884, called The Storm Cloud of the 19th Century. I'm just going to find a passage on this. Ruskin gave two lectures under this title in which he sets out the reality, as he sees it, of a particular kind of cloud phenomenon that essentially Ruskin says he has been seeing since the 1850s. It has been following him, it seems, around Europe. A cloud that is nothing like, he says, the kinds of noble cloud formations that we can read about going back all the way to, I think, to Homer, but a modern phenomenon. It's been, in subsequent scholarship, it's sometimes been conjectured and then maybe even proven that Ruskin was seeing certain kinds of atmospheric results of industrial pollution, certain other weather events or phenomena of the time. In other words, what he was seeing was real. But in reading the essay, reading the lecture, there's an extraordinary kind of visionary, fantastical force to it at the same time. Let me just find the right kind of passage to give you an idea of this. Bear with me for 1 second. This is Ruskin in 1879 at his home at Brantwood. The most terrific and horrible thunderstorm this morning I ever remember. It waked me at 6 or a little before, then rolling incessantly like railway luggage trains, quite ghastly in its mockery of them. The air one loathsome mass of sultry and foul fog, like smoke. Scarcely raining at all, but increasing to heavier rollings, with flashes quivering vaguely all through the air, and at last terrific double streams of reddish-violet fire, not forked or zigzagged, but rippled rivulets, two at the same instant, some 20 or 30 degrees apart, and lasting on the eye at least half a second, with grand artillery peals following, not rattling crashes or irregular cracklings, but delivered volleys. It lasted an hour, then passed off, clearing a little, without rain to speak of. Not a glimpse of blue, and now, 7:30, seems setting down again into Manchester devil's darkness. One of the striking things, of course, is the two references to kind of technological modernity, to Manchester, to industry, but also to the railway. the thunder rolling like railway luggage trains, quite ghastly in its mockery of them. I'm just going to read you from my conclusion to this section on Ruskin, or this essay on Ruskin. Here is another of Ruskin's images. These are from engravings from his own drawings of the storm cloud. While I have written this sentence, the cloud has again dissolved itself, says Ruskin. Maybe he was aware of a ragged affinity between the storm cloud and his increasingly irregular sentences, not to mention his own mind. In the storm cloud of the 19th century, one has the sense of an author unraveling with his prose. Ruskin's sentences shake themselves apart. His writing, in fact, had always been filled with images of intermittence, trembling, or wavering, and he had always been ambivalent about such vibrations. In 1860, in The Ethics of Dust, he asked his audience of schoolgirls, and later his readers, to imagine, as he puts it, the mud or slime of a damp, overtrodden path in the outskirts of a manufacturing town. With unthinkable slowness, like the floor of the sea or the sediments of lake and river, such filth will refine itself from the mud into coal and then into precious stones. This image returns in the storm cloud of the 19th century when Ruskin tells us, the leaf hears no murmur in the wind to which it wavers on the branches, nor can the clay discern the vibration by which it is thrilled into a ruby. This last phrase, thrilled into a ruby, is exquisite, but quite the opposite process is at work in Ruskin's lectures on the storm cloud, and already in the diaries on which he draws. Syntactically, rhythmically, tonally, the fractures and flaws, the inclusions, as gemologists would say, are showing. Polished facets of Ruskin's prose are shivering, sliding, coming apart, turning particulate as he pores over his old diaries. And I guess that this is one of the things that I want to kind of insist on in thinking about the essay, is that on the one hand, there is this tendency or attraction towards compaction, towards a kind of purity. And in my book about sentences, I write about some of the writers who seem nowadays retrospectively to embody that kind of hard-edged essayism. Somebody like, in an American context, Joan Didion or Janet Malcolm would be obvious candidates. But I want to say that at the same time, the other tendency of the essay is precisely towards a kind of raggedness, towards disarray, towards forms that are always falling apart at their own edges. And so this idea of a kind of dust or dirtiness is one of the ways that I've tried to trace in these three books, a particular kind of aesthetic that it seems to me, one of the things it does is to attach the literary essay to certain developments in the visual arts and to a way of thinking about how one writes about the visual arts and how one writes about images and objects. That Barthes essay, The Third Meaning, was for me as a writer the beginning of my education in how you might think or write about images. But that means that it was also the beginning of my education in how you might write about the world, in how you might write about life, in how you might write, think, and feel about things themselves. Which leads me, I hope, or maybe this is a leap, to the third book in the trilogy, which is called Affinities, and is trying to find ways of writing about images and objects that construct a kind of pattern to do with their affinities between those images, but also the attraction that I have as a writer towards those things. So in some respects, it's a very kind of subjective and personal project. But I hope that one of the things it does is to mimic or to kind of re-propose something that I see in common between the literary essayist and certain ways of working among visual artists, especially among contemporary artists, where ideas of influence or ideas of research are inadequate to describe how an artist attaches themselves to a body of thought or research, to a set of objects in the world, to images that feed into their work, and so on. So I'm trying in this book, Affinities, to kind of trace, just as in essayism, there's a kind of line that runs through that is to do with images and metaphors of dispersal and dust and dirtiness. In Affinities, there is something to do with a kind of formlessness and the connection between these different instances of formlessness. The first one is Robert Hooke's Micrographia. The first book, as I'm sure many people will know, published in English to reproduce images based on observations with the microscope. I'm just going to read you a little passage from what I have to say about this in Affinities. Among the better known illustrations in the first edition of 1665 are those showing a fly's many-faceted eye, the starry shapes of ice crystals, and a prodigious bristling fold-out flea. Before training his apparatus on such complex curiosities, Hooke demonstrates its magnifying power with some minute but mundane sights. The point of a small sharp needle is exposed as gnarled and pitted. The svelte edge of a razor is covered in scratches and striations. The scientist turns next to what he calls a point, commonly so called, that is, the mark of a full stop or period. Whether printed or made with a pen, the tiny point, circle, or dot of the period turns out to be disfigured, ragged, and deformed. Under the lens, this micro dot looks as though it's been made with a burnt stick on an uneven floor. Imagine, Hooke writes, if he had found room in his engravings for a single O, greatly magnified. You should have seen that the letters were not more distinct than the points of distinction, nor a drawn circle more exactly so than we have now shown a point to be a point. Stared at as closely and keenly as possible, even the most elegant, precise, or self-same forms are revealed as monsters. And I guess that one of the impulses or one of the hunches that runs through Affinities is this idea that the closer one looks, the less distinct, the more ragged, the more dispersed, the more dusty the object will appear. I'm just going to move quickly past Bataille, but just to say there is also this kind of lineage in Bataille and going back to Benjamin, to do with an insistence on the place of dust in modernity. Plush as dust collector, mysteries of dust motes playing in the sunlight, dust and the best room. This is, I realize this slide is misattributed. That is in fact Benjamin in the Arcades project, talking about the ways in which the domestic interior of the 19th century is essentially a machine for producing and corralling dust. This is Bataille from Encyclopedia Acephalia, with this extraordinary image that Sleeping Beauty would have woken up. This is left out of all versions of the story. Sleeping Beauty would have woken up covered in dust and spiders webs and the like. In terms of a kind of history of image making, and especially photography, we might see this tendency towards dispersal, vagueness, dustiness, a kind of stained as well as blurred aesthetic in very obvious places in the history of photography. For example, Julia Margaret Cameron in the middle of the century, photographing in her studio on the Isle of Wight, and hard to say whether it's initially deliberately or accidentally, but in time it becomes deliberate, introducing accidents, errors, forms of indistinction into her images. Cameron was disparaged and also celebrated at the time for the fact that her photographs were often out of focus, that they had, and this is a good example, that they had stains and marks and dust and so on. That indistinction was a kind of marker of aesthetic quality for some critics and for a wider public, and for others, it was a version of a kind of betrayal of the medium itself, a betrayal of photography itself. I thought also in this book about migraines. This is an image from the 1870s. It's one of the first attempts to accurately depict what is called the scintillating scotoma. Anybody who suffers from migraines may be familiar with these forms. It's one of the visual phenomena that occurs in the period of a migraine known as the aura, which generally is not accompanied by pain. It's what precedes the pain, and certain visual phenomena occur. I'm very familiar with these myself. It starts as a kind of pinprick of light or of some kind of indistinction in your field of vision, and it grows over time. For me, it's usually half an hour to produce this extraordinary geometric pulsating form. One of the things that Hubert Airy, who's the scientist who wrote about this in the 1870s and had this illustration made, one of the things that he says is that this engraving is what he calls a photograph of what happens in the mind. Of course, it's not a photograph, but there's something very peculiar happening in terms of the kind of metaphor of the photograph happening in the mind. Anybody who suffers from this phenomenon themselves will perhaps recognize that it often feels mechanical. It feels inhuman. I was also thinking about the great American choreographer and dancer Loie Fuller, who you may well know from her. There are films, very small fragments of film available on YouTube. Not necessarily of Fuller herself, but of some dancers in her troupe from the 1890s and a little beyond, dancing dances that reproduce the energy of the butterfly, for example, the energy. Literally at one point, Fuller writes to her friend Marie Curie and says, "Can you give me some radium because I want to make a dance based on the energy of radium?" Marie Curie writes back and says, "You can't possibly do this. It's extremely dangerous." But Fuller does it anyway without the radium. She dances the dance of radium using fabric, using light effects. And she's most famous for this, for butterfly dances in which the fabric that surrounds her becomes not merely the animal itself, the creature itself, but the energy of the creature itself. This is Fuller dancing in a park in New York, possibly Central Park, around 1906. And I was thinking about all of this, this patterning of inchoate and dispersed and blurred images as having something in common with a particular lineage of art history and art criticism. Aby Warburg, with his Mnemosyne Atlas, which pulls together disparate images from the history of art according to what he calls a pathos formula that links each image, was one of the things that was on my mind, the kind of constellating of images outside of the strict lineage of art history to reproduce or to see for the first time, perhaps, certain kinds of affinities and links that are not purely formal, but have something to do with a kind of energy or force of the image. This is Jean-Paul Lévy, the great French filmmaker, who Bataille reproduced some images from his films of aquatic creatures in the late 1920s, around 28, 29. Claude Cahun, the great, again, French photographer who photographed herself in extraordinary, fantastical, surreal drag, in a sense, making and remaking herself and her gender identity to produce sometimes quite alien effects. There's a lot of images here that I probably don't have time to go into in detail. Francesca Woodman, working in the 70s and early 80s. I'll just pause with Samuel Beckett as a final example. Beckett's Not I, the TV version of this from the mid-1970s, made by the BBC, in which, if you know the play, if it is a play indeed, in which only a mouth speaks, and the mouth is the character of an older Irish woman who has been silent all her days and suddenly speaks, suddenly finds herself speaking. A voice comes to her, a voice speaks through her, to her great shock, surprise, liberation to some extent, but also horror. And in the TV version of this, one of the things that is so striking, and it is simply, as you see on the screen at the moment, the mouth occupying most of the image, is the way in which the texture of that mouth, the way in which saliva starts to spread on the bottom lip, the way in which the mouth becomes dry, wet, the noises that the mouth itself makes. All of that becomes as much part of the performance and part of the force of that work as the script itself, as the words themselves. And I'm just going to skip a little bit through some of the other images that I wrote about in Affinities. Andy Warhol's Outer and Inner Space from 1967, Powell and Pressburger movie A Matter of Life and Death from 1946, the work of Derek Jarman and Dennis Potter, the great television writer in the UK. This is an image of a prayer meeting in Dublin in the early 1990s. This is not, my mother is not in this photograph, but she might have been if it had been taken some years earlier. And so I was interested in images of a kind of ecstasy in the most mundane, non-ecstatic version of a Catholic culture, which it seems to me our Irish Catholicism might be. My mother was heavily involved in this charismatic movement in the early 1980s in Dublin. And finally, these images are from an essay on a collection of photographs that I inherited from an aunt of mine who died about 15 years ago. And it transpired that she had been engaged for probably 40 years in a feud with her next door neighbors about the boundaries of her property. And towards the end of this feud, in the 1990s and early 2000s, she had started taking photographs of the boundaries of her garden inside the house where she thought that her neighbors were invading. On the left there, you see she thinks that the hedge of the next door neighbor's property is leaning into her own garden, so she has fortified it with corrugated iron. The image on the right is of a corner of her garden shed. It's completely unclear what she imagines or thinks has been done to this part of her property, whether somebody's invaded it, vandalized, or whatever. I'm just going to read you finally this passage from this particular essay, which I hope gives you some kind of sense of how I was thinking in these books about attention, about the ways in which the essay pays a particular kind of close attention to the things that it describes, whether those are materials, objects of the real world, or images and artworks, as they often are for me as a writer. I'm interested in the limits, I suppose, of a particular kind of close looking, and what happens when that close looking, which it seems to me is one of the things that the essay does, one of the things the essay is committed to, what happens when that attentiveness and intent starts to unravel, starts to produce effects, whether psychological or literary, that are beyond the writer's intentions or even control, when things start to unravel. So here's the end of the essay on my aunt, which is called "For the Simple Reason Is." There are forms of keen, habitual, and even morbid attention to the world around us that don't merely preclude self-examination or disallow self-knowledge, but rather stand in for a close look at our lives and a proper expression of what we find there. If I cannot exactly sympathize with my aunt and her anxiety and her aggression, I understand perfectly her methods and the state of mind necessary to such a protracted act of close looking. For half her time on earth, she never stopped paying this attention, never ceased to examine for clues the shrinking world in which she lived, in which she had, as we say, ended up. For the simple reason is, this was a phrase that she often employed, for the simple reason is, but there are no simple reasons. Hers was not much of a life, half a life maybe. For sure, she ought to have been rescued from eking it out like this at the last, in anxious trips to the pharmacy to collect her prints and examine the latest evidence, hours and days spent staring at her screens or quiet at her windows like some haggard, self-consuming spectre out of late Beckett. She thought she had disinherited me, but I'm not so sure. I share her tendency to hypochondria, a bout of it every few years, whole weeks and months disappearing in a welter of vigilance and dread. What else? A history of periodic isolation verging on agoraphobia, a habit of erecting barriers of fragile dignity and forms of anxious attachment to certain objects, for instance, or images, when I feel myself threatened, and more. Her obsessive and solitary looking, her fretful listening, her poring over pictures and locking the world away so she could address it only in letters of complaint, it all feels quite familiar. You can pursue vigilance and attention into a kind of fugue state, almost hallucinatory, maybe fully so in her case. It's the family curse, you might say, this turning from the world and peering at nothing or next to nothing until it gives something up, some objective correlative. We've all done it. It's how we pass the time. We're quite as mad as she was. I spend my days staring at the screen and hoping something will appear. I call it work, and she called it what? the way things were. Afternoon turned to evening as I sat listening to her decades-old complaints. On the table in front of me, the screen darkened slowly till a street light came on and headlights streamed in the distance. One tiny detail I forgot to mention, the screen in question was a CCTV system that my aunt had set up at the front and rear of her house to monitor the activities of her neighbors. The screens, the video cameras and recorders, or rather the video cameras were not attached to recorders, so they could only be watched live. And it seems to me an extraordinary example of a system built to pay attention to the world and somehow forget it at the same time. The images that she made were these black and white blurred images were always passing away. So the project of paying the most detailed and paranoid and self-protective attention to the world was always undoing itself, was always fading away into the electronic ether. I'm going to stop there, and I'm happy to take any and all questions or enlarge on any of that. I hope that it made some sense as a kind of collage, in a sense of, or a kind of mobile collage of some of the points of interest in my thinking about the essay and how it attaches to the real world, to other literary objects, and to images. So thank you so much for listening. And I'm just going to stop sharing and come back. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Brian, for that, for showing us in action what you called a gathering in motion of different objects and subject matters that were brought together by links that, to use your word again, were ones of affinity. I was thinking as we were moving through those different objects that this is a kind of movement that might not be allowed in the peer-reviewed essay, or perhaps the disciplinarity of the peer-reviewed essay. And that has something to do with the framework of attention and distraction that disciplinarity has already coded, which is something you began and ended with. So I was wondering, and you say this elsewhere too, you write about this elsewhere, that there's something adjacent about the rigors and pleasures of sustained looking and the rigors and pleasures and excitements of moving between objects. That there's some link between them. And I wondered if you could, and that is what I thought we saw in motion in your talk today. So I wondered if you could say something about that, a bit more about that, which has something to do with method. And a second, which is a more personal question, but definitely related, because in the previous talk, we were talking about infrastructure. And my question was, where do you, as the kind of essayist that you are, find the emotional conviction or infrastructure to do this kind of work when you're otherwise, as you say in your Instagram bio, at the mercy of editors, curators, galleries, and publishers?
Okay, great. Thank you. Both really good questions. I might start with the second one first, if that's okay. Infrastructure is a good way of putting that. I'm not sure if that was a term that was in play in that sense in the earlier discussion, because I only caught the end of it. Yeah, it's if one thinks about the infrastructure, and sometimes in the context both of the literary world and the art world that I kind of straddle in some respects, one often hears people referring to, using different metaphors, referring to a kind of ecosystem of art making and writing and the criticism that attaches to it. That's a wholly inadequate and kind of diversionary metaphor to use, it seems to me. And something like infrastructure seems much more accurate. It's a constraint, a set of constraints which are essentially economic, which are financial, which are institutional. As a writer who has moved in and out of the academy over the last 25 years or so, I find, I suppose, that, and again, this is a very subjective way of thinking about it, and I'll try to be less subjective in a second, but I personally find the institutional demands within the academy in terms of writing and production and the kinds of audience and the kinds of community that one makes in that kind of writing, I find it less liberating, less creative, for want of a better word, than I do the horrors of the freelance life. I guess that one of the things, I mean, the horrors of the freelance life are obvious, right? Hopefully they are obvious to all of us. A kind of disappearance of contexts in which one can publish, especially publish longer or more detailed or more thorough forms of critical or essayistic writing, and so on. The ways in which, certainly in most of the contexts or markets, let us say, that I know as a writer, the kind of remuneration, the fees that one can earn as a freelance writer, in many contexts, magazines, newspapers, etc., have stayed the same throughout my writing career to date. They haven't changed. The rates of pay at some of the most prominent magazines in the English-speaking world are exactly the same as they were when I started out around 2000 or so. So all of that is true. What's also true is that world of public writing, let us say, in many, again, in the English-speaking contexts that I know, is absolutely riven with modes of privilege, which have to do with class and to do with gender and to do with race, but also, crucially, I think, to do with certain kinds of educational privilege. The literary world that I inhabit is not exactly ruled by, but is dominated by people who come from certain kinds of educational backgrounds, which in the UK means Oxford and Cambridge and so on. And so all of that, I think that I experience as much in the way that that most of my colleagues do, and for younger colleagues or colleagues coming in to that culture from less privileged backgrounds than mine, I experience that as horrific to some degree. However, I think that in terms of my own writing, that those constraints that have to do with deadlines and word counts and the kinds of things that it is possible to publish in particular periodicals and so on, I also experience that as the only kind of enabling thing I have as a writer, because I'm attracted to, but also addicted to shorter forms, and to the idea that through these shorter forms, one can make more substantial contributions, such as a book, such as even a kind of a trilogy in the case of my last 3 books. So I'm really fortunate in that I experience that frustrating level of restriction on one's writing in the wider public sphere. I also experience that as a kind of goad or challenge to what I can smuggle into it in a sense. So that is not true for all writers, and experience is different and so on. But I hope that that makes some sense, that it's absolutely kind of double-edged for me. I know that I would not write the more substantial things that I do if I didn't also have this sense of kind of working within, but also against those kinds of constraints. Now, the other question, the question of method. One of the things that it seemed to me as a student 30 years ago, and also as a writer 20 or so years ago when I started out, was that the promise of a particular kind of academic writing, which you might give a kind of crude shorthand in retrospect and call it the age of high theory. One of the things that it seemed to me that promised for people of my age, my generation, was precisely the explosion of method, the dispersal of the proliferation of critical approaches and methods, but also, more crucially, I think, a questioning of method, and of a questioning of the forms that academic writing could take. And so for me, it seemed, and still seems, absolutely legitimate that an academic piece of writing might be something like, Derrida's Glas, in which you have two columns of writing that are doing quite different things. That it might be something like the work of somebody I'm thinking about a lot at the moment in writing about my own education for the first time, thinking about Hélène Cixous and a writing that feels much closer to a kind of literary endeavor. That, it seemed to me, was the promise of academic criticism, and I wonder if it even still remains the excitement and the thrill of academic criticism for people entering into that field or that profession, if they're able to place themselves professionally. And I suppose that one of the things I want to hang on to in thinking about the essay is not this idea that it escapes from the academy, but rather, into a kind of more liberated and democratic way of writing, but rather that the essay in public, in the wider sphere, might also draw on what might be a kind of naive or utopian feeling on my part, that at the core of an academic, especially in academic study of literature, lies exactly this world-changing and therefore expansive, formally expansive as well as conceptually expansive way of thinking about writing. Now, of course, in practice, many of the protocols of the institution, of the academic institution, disallow that kind of freedom. Of course they do. But I'm not entirely convinced that the struggle against that is new, or is not somehow winnable in individual or smaller collective instances. I see an awful lot of frustration from my academic colleagues. I teach creative writing now, with the constraints of not just writing but publishing, the kind of publishing context that one can inhabit as an academic writer. And I kind of hope they get there, if you see what I mean.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, that was a long and
this is completely fine.
necessarily
I think we have time for one more question. So I will, Professor Majumdar.
So I got thinking about the term essayistic, and obviously it reminds me of Musil, Robert Musil's. I think it's been used in the context of his novels, and the idea that the essayistic has a connection with the novel of ideas, that it sort of arises in it, and that made me think that maybe we are better off finding the essayistic outside the essay, that it is rather a quality than being a genre in its own right. So it's more interesting to find the essayistic in a novel, maybe a poem, maybe even an academic article. But rather than calling it a self-enclosed genre, I mean, like essay as a noun suddenly sounds much less interesting than essayistic as an adjective. And I think what you showed through art history, through your talk, actually makes me think that, because it's sort of something fragmentary and accidental that exists in another genre rather than existing as a genre in its own. Of course, we know the essay is a genre, but suddenly after listening to you, it sounds less interesting as a genre in its own than a quality that we can extrapolate from other genres. What do you think of it?
That sounds right to me. And I think that that's one of the reasons why, for example, I called my book Essayism, because I was thinking of that. I mean, partly it's kind of parodic. I'm thinking in terms of manifestos and so on, and movements. But I was thinking, I was trying to kind of insist on the idea that the essay might be more of a tendency, as you say, or a mood that takes place in different genres, different art forms, that can move across them, that can inhabit them. For example, and as you absolutely rightly say, in the novel, one thinks about, in the English novel, you think about writers like George Eliot and the ways in which, at that period in the development of the novel, it was quite acceptable to suddenly have, a disquisition as opposed to a narrative drive or a kind of scene setting or description of the physical world, etc. So yes, the essay can inhabit other forms. And that's one of the things I meant when I said earlier, the essay arrives from different places. It arrives from academic writing, from fiction, from poetry, the ways, when one thinks about, especially again in an Anglophone context, or maybe especially in a North American context, the ways in which some of the greatest essayists today are, in fact, are poets. People like Anne Carson, Lisa Robertson, and so on. So yes, I agree, and at the same time, I want to hang on to the essay as a form to some degree, because it seems to me not simply the nomenclature, but the idea of the form itself, because working within but also against that form, against the form of the kind of classic journalistic essay, for example, the Joan Didion style, the cool essay, the essay of a kind of measured low temperature, the devastatingly cool essay. I deeply admire that as a form, and also want to, destroy it at the same time. And for me, essayism is somehow both of those impulses at the same time. An impulse towards clarity and finishedness and formedness, and at the same time an impulse towards disparity and dispersion.
Thank you, Brian. And I'm sure actually that there are more questions in the room. I myself want to say more. I have responses and questions, but the eternal enmity of time and desire compel me to say this is the end for today. Thank you very much once again, Brian, for joining us from England.
Thank you very much for having me.
And thank you all for staying on. And are we going to, Okay, well, we hope to see you all tomorrow here. We are beginning again at 11 a.m. Thank you very much.